Good afternoon and welcome to the second day of the second conference in Parasport. I would like to invite you to change to channel 32 to listen to our Professor David Legg in Portuguese and stay on channel 8 if the speakers speak in Portuguese. Thank you everyone who is watching us at home. Thank you for being with us. Don't forget to send your questions and comments via chat. We are taking a look at them. So now I would like to invite you to scan the QR code that you see on the screen. So just scan this QR code because yesterday there were two big launches. We published the model for para sport development and we also launched a new book on para sports. And if you scan the QR code, you can go to the online version of the book. And also in the website, you can access all the other books we have published and all the scientific papers as well. So I'll leave the QR code for a few more seconds on the screen so everyone has a chance to access the book we launched yesterday. And now I would like to invite our moderator, Erinaldo Chagas, who will do a quick introduction to Professor David Legg. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Erinaldo Chagas. I'm a professor of physical education and currently I'm the vice president at ANDI. And I'm here to moderate the lecture by Professor David Legg. It's a pleasure to be here introducing you to Professor Legg, who will be discussing a topic that is very dear to myself and I'm sure to all of you as well. I have worked as a teacher for some time. I also work in different sports clubs. And my focus has always been on developing the athlete's career for the long term. And I think this is a very exciting topic for all of us. And certainly we'll have a very nice afternoon together. So Professor Legg has a great lecture and a great CV, an amazing CV. It's quite a big one, so I have to read it. So he's a professor of adaptive physical activity at the Mount Royal University in Calgary, Canada. He concluded his PhD in the Alberta University with Robert Stewart, the president and founder of the International Paralympic Committee. He's a volunteer and the president of the Canadian Paralympic Committee. He's the president of the International Federation of Adaptive Physical Activity, or AFAPA. He was a member of the Pan American and Para-Pan American Games Board in 2015 in Canada and member of the International Paralympic Committee. And it's still not over. We still have a lot of things. He worked as a consultant at Calgary BIDCO, which is the bid committee for the Calgary attempt to host the Olympics, and also the bid committee for the Commonwealth Games in 2030. Currently, he's a member of the International Board of Sports Sciences and Physical Education and will be with us today talking about the long-term development for para-athletes. Professor David Legg, please, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me okay? It is my real pleasure to be with you this afternoon. Not yet. Test, test. 1, 2. Can you hear me now? No? Test now. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me now? Hello? Yes. Good. Oh. Thank you for that introduction. It feels sometimes like your mother writes your introductions for you. I think that's how it should happen from this point on, is ask your mom to write your introduction. I used this same slide deck for a presentation this morning, so if you happen to hear me this morning, my apologies. Please forgive my same introduction and the same joke that I'm going to tell for the introduction of this session. I am from Calgary, Canada, which is on the west side of Canada in the very far north. We have, apparently I was getting emails from my wife, we have 1.5 feet of snow on the ground in Calgary right now, so slightly different climate than we're finding here in Sao Paulo. For those who have a visual impairment, I am wearing a dark suit with a white shirt. I have dark-ish hair. I had a student who I taught 28 years ago come to see me the other day, and he said, "Oh, I recognize you. You used to have black hair." And I was like, "Yeah, you're a jerk." Anyways, yes, I have dark-ish hair, and I'm Caucasian, approximately 6 feet tall. I have been to Brazil 3 times now, so this is my 3rd visit, and I'm very happy to be here. The first time I came was in 2007 as the sport technical officer for the America's Paralympic Committee, and we hosted the Pan American Games in Rio de Janeiro in that year. Andrew Parsons was actually the head of the America's Paralympic Committee at that time, and so I had the opportunity to work with him. The second time that I was in Brazil was actually I flew into Sao Paulo and went to Santos for a sport conference. It was the pre-Paralympic Congress. And so I then had a chance to go to Rio de Janeiro for the Paralympic Games as I was a member of the International Paralympic Committee Sports Science Committee. And I also had a chance to visit my mom's cousin in Florianopolis. So that's the second time, and then the third time is present. So I'm thrilled to be here. I very much enjoy my travels to Brazil, and thank you very much for hosting me. Most recently, I had the opportunity to attend the Paralympic Games in Paris. And the gentleman, so you can see on the picture to my right is first me, and then the individual beside me is Dr. Robert Stedward, who was my supervisor for my PhD at the University of Alberta. And he was the founding president of the International Paralympic Committee. So it was through him that I really had the opportunity to get involved in the Paralympic movement. And then certainly beside Dr. Stedward is someone that you know if you're from Brazil, which is Andrew Parsons, the current president of the International Paralympic Committee. Which brings me back to my, again, connection to Brazil. So in 1996, I had the opportunity to travel to Atlanta to go to the Paralympic Games there. These are the very first Paralympic Games I attended, and I was my supervisor's assistant. The gentleman in the white suit, his name is Casey Kasem. And back in the 80s and the 90s, in North America anyways, I don't know if that translates to a South American context, but in the 80s and the 90s, he was a very famous DJ and had a radio show on Saturday mornings called America's Top 40, where they would play all the top songs from 40 to number 1, and he would do it every Saturday morning, and it was a very popular show, and I would record it on my ghetto blaster, trying to make sure that I got a recording of all the top songs, because of course this was pre-internet, so that was the only way that you could get all these songs. So I saw Casey Kasem, and I had to get my picture with him. I was very enamored with him, very excited to meet him. And I also got my picture taken with the mascot of the Paralympic Games in 1996. And this is the part that I'm most embarrassed about as it relates to coming to Brazil. At the opening ceremonies, I sat beside this gentleman here, and I had no idea who he was, not a clue. And I put my hand out, and I said, "Hi, I'm David Legg, and I'm from Canada." I was very proud of myself. And he looked at me, and he said, "Oh, hi. Oh, good for you, you're from Canada." And he goes, "I'm Pele." And he goes, "I'm from Brazil." And I went, now again, I'm Canadian. We don't really follow soccer, football, or at least we didn't in the 80s. We're more now, but in the 80s and the 90s, we didn't very much. But I had heard of him, obviously. And so I said, "Pele." I said, you're a soccer player." And he kind of looked at me and he goes, "Well, football, but yes, I am." And then it started to dawn on me that, this the world's greatest soccer player. And I said, you're pretty good. And he looked at me again, and he just kind of went, yeah, I guess I am. And I didn't have the foresight to get a picture with him. This is before people took selfies. So I took a picture of him. And that's my only memory there of Pele at the opening ceremonies of the Paralympic Games. But what's funny in this picture, you can see just behind him to his right, that's Bob Stedward, who was the president of the International Paralympic Committee at the time, and the reason that I was sitting in front of the presidential box in 1996. I've already been introduced as far as my connection to Paralympic sport and physical activity, so I won't go through that again. But what I wanted to do was to set the tone for a conversation about para-sport development, and particularly the identification of athletes who have talent within a Paralympic context. These notes, the title of the heading says, Sport Today. This is a slide from 2001. So more than 20 years ago, this was how sport was being described. And I would argue that you could use the exact same description of sport today. And so 23 years later, this was how we describe sport in a Canadian context, and not parasport, but able-bodied sport. So number one, we feel a certain security in busyness, in treating play like work or school, highly organized, structured, filled with penalties and rewards. So free play was not something that parents felt comfortable with their children doing. They wanted organized, structured play. Again, this was 2001. I would argue it's the same thing today. Number two, we have come to distrust time, especially in the cities. Parents have come to associate time on one's hands with drugs in one's pockets. And so again, this idea of idle time. We don't want our children to be sitting around, bored, just out playing randomly on the streets. We want them in organized, structured play. Number three, the knowledgeable coaches work only with elite athletes. So those who run programs for the youngest children. I spoke this morning about physical education. Typically in Canada, those who teach physical education from kindergarten to grade 6, 7, and 8 are not even trained physical educators. Our best coaches and trainers only work with the high-performance athletes. They typically don't work with the younger children. Number four, parents are not educated about long-term development. I would argue that that's exactly the same thing now, again in a Canadian context that might be different here in Brazil. Number five, there is no talent identification. It's only selection by competition. You have a game, you see who the best players are, those are the young people that get picked for the elite teams, and they progress along in that fashion. Again, I would argue it's the same now. In Canada, our primary sport, perhaps similar to what's happening here in Brazil with soccer, again, or football. Again, I don't know if this is the case, but in Canada with hockey, we have elite teams for 5 years and under. Elite hockey teams for 5-year-olds. It's absolutely ridiculous. There should be no such thing as elite performance for a 5-year-old. They're 5. They're just learning how to eat properly, for crying out loud. They should not be considered elite athletes. But it's the same thing here. And then the last one, there is no system of integration. Schools, community, and competitive sport, and alignment with other agencies. It is the same thing now. Everything operates in their own silos. There is very little connectivity amongst those systems. The second page, again, this is from a slide deck from 2001. Inappropriate and over competition, coupled with under training. We do that today. Again, particularly in hockey. We have 3 games a week for 5-year-olds, 1 practice. Why on earth would we think that that's a good idea to have 3 games, 1 practice? And even during the games, if you were to actually have a stopwatch in hockey where we have shifts, your child is only on the ice for a total of 10 minutes over a 2-hour period game. The actual time they have on ice is sometimes only between 10 and 15 minutes. We schedule 3 of those a week with only 1 practice. We continue to do the same mistakes. Adult training and competition programs superimposed on children. In Canada, I'm always amazed with soccer, how we have little kids as young as 5 kicking soccer balls on nets that are the same size as the nets for adults. We do the same thing in hockey. We have goalies in hockey who are defending nets that are the exact same size of the nets for NHL hockey players. Why do we superimpose adult rules, sizes of rinks, sizes of fields on little children? I wonder again if we do the same thing here in Brazil. Our children who are young as 5 play soccer on fields that are the same size as the soccer fields for adults. You can't see the other end of the field, or at least those 5-year-olds can't. They have no idea where the other net is. It's so far away, but yet we continue to do that. Peaking by Friday. We try to encourage our youngsters as young as 5 to somehow figure out a way that they can become an elite athlete in 2 days, as opposed to looking long term. We look at chronological age versus developmental age. So again, those under 10 years will only compete against those under 10. But you think about when children go through puberty, the difference in size and physical maturation is so different between a 12-year-old and a 12-year-old and a 12-year-old, all depending on whether they've gone through puberty. It makes absolutely no sense for just because they're under the age of 12 or 13 that they should be competing against each other. It should be based on physical maturation, not on chronological age. And lastly, physical literacy is not being taught. Only single sport activities are being taught. Our physical education system is not particularly strong, particularly kindergartens to about grade 8, and instead children join clubs and they learn 1 or 2 sports. Where I live in Calgary, maybe you learn to ski and maybe you also learn to be an ice hockey player. But you don't learn to kick a soccer ball, to catch, to throw, to jump, to run. You learn to skate and you learn to ski. So you're learning sport-specific skills, but not general physical literacy skills. So that was sport today in 2001. I would argue it's the same in 2024. In 2001, there was a response in Canada to this recognition of those challenges that I just listed. And the second part of this was that we had just been awarded the hosting of the Olympic and Paralympic Games in 2010 in Vancouver and Whistler. Canada had hosted 2 other Olympic Games, one in 1976 in Montreal and the second in Calgary in 1988. So the 76 games in Montreal were for the Summer Games, and the 88 games were for the Winter Games in Calgary. Canada had the privilege of being the only country that had hosted an Olympic Games and not won a gold medal when they did so. No other country has ever done that. We did it twice. So when we won the bid to host the Olympic and Paralympic Games in 2010, the federal government said, oh dear God, we do not want to host another Games and not win a gold medal. That would be embarrassing. So we are going to pump a ton of money and energy and work into our sports system to make sure that we don't, again, not win a single gold medal if we host the Games. Now, interestingly enough, we actually, in the Olympic Games, won the medal tally for gold medals. So we were very thrilled with our result on the Olympic Games. And in the Paralympic Games, I made the comment this morning that the Canadian Paralympic team has not done very well in Summer Games, but we've done quite well in Winter Games. And we actually finished second, I believe, in Vancouver Whistler. So we did very well in Vancouver as a result of this focus. But one of the other things was the creation of a long-term athlete development model that was called Canadian Sport for Life. And I'm going to reflect on that model and how it connects to the Brazilian model that was just presented today and yesterday, and how these are all interconnected. So the Canadian Sport for Life model, the long-term athlete development model, test. Oh, okay. Test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. We will continue. What? So the Canadian sports system, part of what they recognized was that particularly young children, there are certain moments in time when they're more apt to be able to taught certain physical activities. And you can see on this scale here, it's only going from birth to 11. So that was kind of the first stage of this long-term athlete development, was recognizing, particularly for young children, and I'll get to how this impacts disability in a moment, but for generally speaking, children, 0 to 11, there are windows when teaching physical activity and physical literacy had opportunity. There was also recognition that it could happen in stages beyond 11, and so into the teenage years, into the young adult years, and there started to be titles of what these would be known for, and you'll see that some of these have transitioned into the Brazilian model, again, that was presented just yesterday and today. So this idea of fundamental movement skills, of building physical and mental capability, and recognizing that there was also then an element of high performance sport to it. And so that you went from one to the next, and then you could always leave to the left in either just general physical literacy or this idea of active for life. The third iteration of this model then started to look more like what it was finally presented at, and in the recognition of the size of populations that would be in the various sections. And so this recognition, for instance, that this red phase, active for life, was the largest majority of the population, and that the very small blue triangle, the high performance, was really just a very small piece of this larger puzzle known as Canadian Sport for Life. But what you have to remember too is that this model, when it was originally created, it was to develop high performance athletes that could then compete in Vancouver in 2010 for the Olympic and Paralympic Games. And that's why it was called the long-term athlete development model. It's no longer called that. It's now referred to as long-term development, and the athlete has been pulled out in part because of the recognition of the active for life actually being a much more significant piece to the puzzle than just the high performance piece. The final model is presented as this. And so again, you can see a lot of the terminology that has been replicated now in the Brazilian model, and this is where it originated in the Canadian long-term athlete development approach. So the active start, the fundamentals with fun being capitalized, and so the recognition that it should focus on fun and not on high performance sport. The learn to train, the train to train, and the train to compete, and then training to win. And so recognizing that training was different. It wasn't just you are going to train to be a high performance athlete all the way along. The training actually had subtle differences depending on the stage you were at. And that you could be competitive for life. So even as a 56-year-old, I could still compete competitively in, for instance, triathlon. So I might fit in that stage, but I might also fit in the fit for life stage where I want to go play tennis on a recreational level, but not at a competitive level. And so you started to see that people could fit into kind of varying elements. Now, this is where we then connected and started to include a disability aspect to it. And in the Canadian model, there were two items that were added that were specific to the disability context, but actually have now been adopted for all contexts. And it's these two right here on the side, and you probably can't read those very clearly. The outside one is awareness. And so there was recognition that within a disability context, simply knowing about the events and the organizations and the programs in your local context, it's probably hard to even know that they exist. And so if you're not even aware that there's a judo club that's inclusive or accessible, you're not going to go to it. If you don't know that there's a wheelchair rugby club in perhaps the next city over, you're not going to have the wherewithal to actually seek it out. And so awareness was a big piece of this model. And the second piece that was added was what's called first involvement. Now, it was originally called first contact, but within a Canadian context, that was changed because first contact had an insinuation of the colonialism of Canada's history when settlers from Europe first arrived in Canada and they had first contact with the Aboriginal Indigenous persons, which led to a number of very negative implications within a Canadian historical context. So the term first contact was changed to first involvement. But really what it's speaking to is that very first time that the individual with a disability came to the facility, the program, the club, it was absolutely important and necessary that they felt welcomed, that they felt a sense of belonging, and that they felt that they could be successful there. And if that didn't happen, then they most likely wouldn't return, and they would not enter that system again. So that was an element that was included. So Sport for Life Now, I've included the website there. Arguably, it's a success story. It still has its challenges, granted. In some respects, it was forced upon a lot of national sport organizations. It has also branched out to focus on long-term athlete development for people who are Indigenous, for people who are newcomers to Canada, and also looking at the legacy of hosting events. So it's branched out into some other areas in addition to the long-term athlete development approach. From a disability perspective, one specific document was now, and it's now going into its third iteration, so it's now in review for its third edition, was called No Accidental Champions. And this was a long-term athlete development model that I had the privilege of helping write that focused for athletes with a disability. But to be honest with you, it really didn't have very many adaptations to the able-bodied long-term athlete development model, which has its challenges within it because the systems are not the same. More recently, Own the Podium, which is an organization that was created in the early 2010s to try to increase Canada's medal performance at Olympic and Paralympic Games, has come up with a different model that is focusing only on podium performance. So this model is still in its draft iteration, and it is not focused on a system or long-term athlete development or long-term development. It is focused only on high-performance sport development. And you can see that in the middle, they are focusing very much on the podium. So Road to the Podium was the original name of this organization. Own the Podium is now what it's referred to now. Now there are other international examples. And the first that I want to speak to is in the United States. So in the US, their long-term athlete development model, for many respects, goes through the education system, and specifically the NCAA or the post-secondary system. And quite interestingly, a lot of Canadian athletes, both able-bodied and disabled, access that system for their own long-term athlete development process. So a great number of our athletes, again, both Olympic and Paralympic, who aspire to compete, have to go to the United States to compete with the NCAA because our own post-secondary system in Canada is not at the same level or caliber from a high-performance sport perspective. And the United States, going back to the early 2000s, started specifically with wheelchair basketball. And so the NWBA, the National Wheelchair Basketball Association, developed partnerships with a number of universities in the United States and created club teams with those universities that could then compete against each other. They were not varsity teams, so they were not official varsity athletes at these universities. They were club-oriented. And then what's called the ECAC, which is the East Coast Athletics Conference, it also petitioned to the NCAA to create a more inclusive NCAA system. The ECAC is not a very well-known athletics conference, but it includes universities like Harvard, Dartmouth, a number of kind of East Coast schools in kind of the New England kind of East Coast system. But this was pre-COVID. During the pandemic, it lost momentum, and the ECAC proposal was lost. Following the pandemic, the USOPC was created, so the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee, and they decided to partner with the NCAA system. And they basically took what the ECAC had proposed and they asked to then implement it in an NCAA system. And so right now, there's wheelchair basketball, wheelchair tennis, and track and field. And those three sports are now being competed at, and it's only happened in the last year, at an NCAA level. And so the University of Oregon, for instance, only a couple months ago now, hosted a track and field national championship for athletes with a disability in an NCAA system. You're also starting to see universities promote their connection to Paralympic athletes. And so the image on the bottom right is from the University of Alabama, the Rolling Tide, Go Tide, Roll Tide. And they, for instance, are promoting that a Paralympic athlete is a student at their university. And then the example here from Auburn University, which is another big school in the southern United States, was saying, 100 days out from the Paralympic Games in Paris, we've got a student who comes to the Auburn University who trains here, and they're going to be competing in the Paralympic Games. So you're starting to see these connections. And these are the examples of American universities that now have direct connections to athletes with a disability. So they're starting to use the NCAA system for the purposes of athlete development. So that's the second example. So we had Canada, and now we're looking at the United States. The other part of the U.S. model was that merger between the U.S. Olympic Committee and the U.S. Paralympic Committee. So now it's one committee, the USOPC. And they created a similar model to the LTAD, what they called 5 stages to better sport. But if you actually look at the specific stages and even the wording that they use, it's very similar to the model that I just presented you from a Canadian context. So stage 1, for instance, is discover, learn, and play. Stage 5 is thrive and mentor, and it's for life. It's active for life. So again, you see a similar kind of staging process to the Canadian model, but again, it's just using American vernacular. The third example I want to show you is from Australia. They also have a long-term development model, but this one here is focused more on the healthcare system and the connection to the Paralympic system. And this is from a colleague of mine at the University of Queensland, Sean Tweedy, and he gave me permission to show these slides. So his model looks at the transition from rehabilitation to sport. And he identified that in the healthcare funded system, depending on whether or not you have a congenital or an acquired disability, you will typically go through a rehabilitation model. And then the great majority of individuals, after they have gone through that system, will be inactive, have poor health, and socially excluded. This is due to several factors, including a lack of expertise, being physically inactive, and chronic disease. And so again, in the current model, they're suggesting that 82% of the population of persons with disability are becoming physically inactive and having poor health. The fortunate few, so approximately 18%, are physically active and participating in sport, and that's due in part because of their own wealth, their own education, having a strong family that advocates on their behalf, so on and so forth. And this model was presented because what Australia and what the University of Queensland in Brisbane is proposing, because they're hosting the Olympic and Paralympic Games in 2032, is the creation of a Paralympic Center of Excellence, not unlike what you've got right next door here. And so Australia is trying to create exactly what I had the privilege of going on a tour of yesterday, which is your own Paralympic Center. And they're trying to make the same argument that if they build a Paralympic Sports Center in Brisbane, they'll have benefits such as the substantial majority being physically active. And I share this with you because it has crossover and kind of a similar approach to this idea of long-term development, of going from the healthcare system, whether it's a congenital or acquired disability, and working through a system to performing in high-performance sport. So that's the third model that I wanted to share with you. The fourth model is yours. And this one was just released yesterday. And I don't want to get into the specifics of this because that man over there is the one who helped create it and has already been presented. So I don't want to speak to the specifics of this, But I do want I want you to pay attention to the similarities, particularly of the nomenclature and the words that are used to recognize the different systems. In Canada, we did not include a couple of the items that that Brazil has included, such as the classification system. And I think that's an important item that Canada did not include. We missed that when we created our first. And so I would certainly commend Brazil for adding that into the system. And then also the difference between congenital and acquired. That was not something that we also considered in the creation of our model, was the differentiation between those two. But again, so this is the fourth example of models that kind of look at long-term development. The fifth model is an international one, and the woman who's speaking, two down from me right here. So Jacqueline Patatis, she's speaking at the exact same time. She's wearing a white blouse with dark hair. She was involved in this research, so it's somewhat interesting that she's speaking at exactly the same time as I'm talking about her. And this was called Sport Policies Leading to International Sporting Success. And this research came about from the recognition that medals in Olympic Games primarily were the result of two things. And I'll give you a second to think about what those two things are. And it accounts for approximately 50% of all medals won in an Olympic Games. So I've given you 2 seconds to think about it. Those two things are population size and money. And so the bigger the country is and the more money that goes into the sports system, that equates to approximately half of the medals that are won by the country. But the genesis of this research was, well, as a sport researcher and as a sport policy person, I don't have a lot of control over the population size of my country. I can't go around Canada and just ask people to have more babies. Like that's not something that we do in Canada, so I can't impact our population growth in that way. I can probably try to influence the Canadian government to give more money, but that too is challenging. So what were the things that could be influenced by sport policy individuals to improve that medal count? So the first study, and I was the lead for the Canadian part of the study, it was initiated by researchers in the Netherlands, Belgium, and the UK, and then 3 other countries participated, and I was the representative from Canada. The second study then expanded to a number of other countries, and you can practice your geography and see if you can name all the countries in green that are listed here, and I hope you get the one that's in South America. So Brazil did participate in this research study, as did Japan, South Korea, Australia, Finland, and so a number of other countries participated in this. And they all recognized that they wanted to focus on what was referred to as the meso level, the middle level. So the macro level, the big picture stuff, was beyond our control. These are factors that we can influence. We have a hard time as sport administrators impacting population growth. We have a hard time impacting general economic GDP growth within our countries. We also have a very hard time impacting the micro level, the genetics of the population that we live in. So for instance, if you live in a country where people are typically very short, that's not something that as a sport administrator you have a lot of impact on. But what you can influence is that middle level or the meso level. And what the researchers came up with these 2 studies was admittedly a complicated model, but I'll walk you through it because it's actually not that complicated. It just looks complicated. That's what we academics do. We make the simple look complicated. So bear with me. I did not make this model. This was a combination, a collection of academics that came up with this model. What this model is demonstrating is like a factory. And so you have inputs at the bottom. So on the bottom, my bottom left, your bottom right, which is money. So that goes into the factory. And then the factory is all the stuff that's going up through the middle. And the outcome and the output at the top is the metals. And so the money is the input. All the pillars are part of the factory. And then the output is the metals. And the items that the researchers came up with through these 2 studies were these pillars that they identified as the most important factors that could be influenced by sport administrators to have an impact on medals. And it was Jackie who was involved during her PhD of applying this within a Paralympic context. And what we learned was it was exactly the same pillars. So this model was both applicable within an Olympic and a Paralympic context. So the first pillar was finances. The second was how the system was organized. Did it work together well, or were they in isolation working independently? The third pillar was the foundation and participation. Was there a strong grassroots physical education program where children were learning broad physical literacy skills, broad fundamental motor skills, so that they could become athletes in any sport? The fourth pillar, and this is the one that I'm going to spend the rest of the time talking about for this presentation, was on talent identification and talent development. I would say that we are doing a very poor job of that, of identifying what is talent. The fifth was excellence, and this included post-career. And so how were athletes treated once they were done competing? Were they welcomed back as coaches, administrators, and mentors, etc.? The sixth pillar was the facilities that athletes compete in. Number 7 was coaching. Number 8 was access to international competitions. Number 9 was the connection to the academics in the country through scientific research. And then the 10th was added later, and this was how the media presented high-performance athletes through marketing and through public conversations. So those were the pillars that led to high-performance sport. All right, so now I'm going to transition, and I'm only going to focus on what was common in all of these models, and that was the assumption that we have the ability to identify and train talent. And so the question I pose to you is, if you're a para-swim coach and a parent comes to you, and they can be any age, they could be 8, 10, 12, and the parent says to you, does my child have it? Does my child have what it's going to take to become a Paralympic champion? How would you respond to that if you're the coach? How do you know what it is? How do you understand what that magic formula is that's going to allow that child to become a Paralympic champion? And I would argue that we think we have an understanding of that, but we really do not. So these slides are from a colleague of mine, Neiman Dengasi, who's a Canadian researcher focusing on talent, and he gave me permission to share some of these next few slides with him. So what is talent? And again, I want you to think about from your own experiences on hiring committees, when you're trying to pick the next academic in your department, when you're trying to hire the next administrator for your club. How do you identify what the talent is that you're hiring for? And there are all kinds of examples where bias plays into it, and people are trying to select and pick individuals who remind them of what they were like when they were younger or are similar to the previous leader. And I know I fall into this exact same trap. So I run a nonprofit organization in Calgary. I've had 2 directors who have been absolutely phenomenal. I'm going through the hiring process right now, and I know that I have a bias because I'm trying to basically match what those 2 other directors were like because I thought they were absolutely fantastic. I'm trying to find the 3rd director that reminds me of those other 2. But that's not necessarily the right approach. That may not be the talent that I'm looking for to help run that nonprofit organization. So we have a hard time really knowing what talent is. Are any of you fans of any of these shows? I have to admit I'm a particular fan of The Voice. I quite like it. And what is astounding of the velocity, like the number of shows like this now, is our absolute fascination with talent and identifying it, and the judge's ability to say, that's good enough, and that's not good enough. If I go back to The Voice, which is, again, one of my favorites, I am always amazed at what is it that a coach is listening for in order for them to push their button and to turn around and to say, I want you on my team. For those of you that are Bachelor or Bachelorette fans, and I know there are many out there and you don't have to admit it publicly, but what is it that's the talent that an individual is looking for in order to find that special someone that they're going to spend the rest of their life with? What is the talent that they are trying to identify? And it's not an easy thing to do. And I would argue in Paralympic sport, this is going to become an issue. For those of you that are readers and perhaps not television watchers, there are also a number of books just published recently that again focus on this idea of talent. And the one in particular that probably has created the most challenge is written by a fellow Canadian, Malcolm Gladwell, and is the one that's on the bottom left called Outliers. And in this one, Malcolm Gladwell popularized the idea of 10,000 hours of practice. Have you heard of this idea in Brazil? Does this get used here at all? Yes? So the idea being is if you want to be the world's greatest football player, you have to practice 10,000 hours. And so you better start when you're 3, because you want to get to those 10,000 hours as quickly as possible. The research on those 10,000 hours was done on violin players. It wasn't even done on athletes, but it's getting kind of pre-imposed on sport, and certainly within a Canadian context. And so we have parents, friends of mine, who are putting their young children as young as 4 into elite hockey academies so that they can accumulate these 10,000 hours as quickly as possible so that they can play in the National Hockey League. All right. But the research does not suggest that we have any idea on how to actually do talent identification. And I'm going to make the argument that we need to pay attention to this within a disability context, because we haven't yet had to really contemplate this yet, because in many cases, we only deal with the athletes that just happen to show up on our doorstep. But that's going to change slowly, I would anticipate, and we're going to start getting more and more individuals interested in Paralympic sport, and we are going to have to do a better job of talent identification and talent development. And so it's going to become imperative, but what can we learn from the able-bodied system? So this was published in 2018. Oh, here we go. Hang on, let's see. Oh, we're good. So the research on able-bodied sport, again, this was published in 2018, suggests that we really don't have a very good understanding of talent identification. And the majority of research is actually done in one specific context, in one or two specific sports, and it only focuses on a very few items. It tends not to focus on many others, which potentially are significantly important within a performance context. Professional sports is also noteworthy for its inability to accurately predict talented athletes. From a North American context, I am always very much interested in the drafts. So whether it's the National Football, so the NFL draft, the NBA draft, the NHL draft, Major League Baseball's draft, there are always going to be outliers. So someone like a LeBron James in basketball, everybody knew he was going to be great. That was an easy one to pick. But I'm always amazed at all the examples, again, within an NFL context as an example, where people who are drafted 3rd overall, they last 2 years and they fizzle out. And NFL teams are spending a considerable amount of time and money and energy in order to make sure that they pick the best possible player, because it's only once every 10 or 20 years when you get to pick in the top 5. And so if you screw that up, that sets your team back for decades. And yet it happens over and over and over again where they make the wrong choices. Michael Jordan was not picked until the 3rd pick the year in the NBA. The Portland Trailblazers picked a guy by the name of Sam Bowie. So the Portland Trailblazers thought that Sam Bowie had more talent than Michael Jordan. Now, there are other factors that play into that. But isn't that like, you think back to that now. Sam Bowie, who some of you are like, I have not heard of that person. Michael Jordan. There were people that thought Sam Bowie had more talent than Michael Jordan. So then we come to Paralympic sport. And again, my friend Nima, who published this in 2019, recognized through other research studies that there was very little done within the idea of talent identification and talent development, and that very little was actually known about how to do it properly. But as you've just seen, we have all these models of long-term athlete development that we've created, but we really have no evidence to help us understand how somebody goes from a grassroots level to a kind of an early entry high performance level to a Paralympic medalist. I would argue that most Paralympic medalists are in spite of the system as opposed to because of the system, and it's just almost luck. It's just kind of sheer luck that somebody is able to get from the grassroots level to the high performance level, and they just happen to meet the right people at the right time, get the right coach in the right place, but it's not systemized in order for it to be replicated over and over again. It just happened to happen in the right time at the right place for the right reasons. So from a talent conclusion perspective, the scientific literature does little to inform coaches of evidence-based talent selection in most sports. There are outliers. There are some examples where you would say, yeah, but I could tell that that person had it. That person definitely knew what they were going to become. And of course, there's going to be exceptions. But generally speaking, we are guessing when it comes to identifying talent. So while we may not have specifics, I think we can agree that talent has some general principles. Number one, it's dynamic. And so it will ebb, it will flow, it will change, it will become apparent, it might be hidden for a while, it then might return. And so there's a dynamism to it. It's not something that is fixed and will always present itself. The second is that it's emergenic. And what this means is that it has implications from a DNA perspective and the way that your physiology will relate to your ability to perform. But this is immensely complicated and I don't think well understood. And it's not necessarily even the DNA to your family. It can be to a general population. And this is where arguments get made, for instance, that Kenya has a very strong long-distance running kind of genetic, or Jamaica has a very strong sprinting genetic, or that Philippines has a very strong boxing genetic. And so you see little pockets of where some sports seem to really thrive in various geographic or geopolitical situations. So that's where that argument comes into play. And then the last piece, though, and this is where, again, it's in some cases a dichotomy, talent is also symbiotic to the culture and society. And so it's probably a combination of these three things. But I would suggest that we do not have a very good algorithm to understand how all those three things interrelate. Yeah, go that way? Okay. So I've just suggested that we think talent identification is really important. I've also suggested that we've created all these models to try to understand it, but I've also pointed out that we really don't have a very good understanding of how to do it, and we probably don't do a very good job of doing it. And there are consequences to this. And there are four things that have impacted both the able-bodied sports system, and I'm starting to see it happen in the disability sports system. And the reason that I'm wanting to talk about this is with the hopes that we can stop it from infiltrating the disability sports system before it becomes too difficult to do that. And number one is this idea of systemizing the the sporting structures. So sport it's not fun anymore for children. Children don't go out and play sport to have fun. They go out because it's organized for them, typically by their parents. And they're taken to the games, and their parents are cheering them on, and their parents are cheering them on with the hopes of seeing them play in the professional leagues. And the pressure to perform has taken away that sense of fun. I don't want to see that happen in Paralympic sport. As we start to perhaps focus more on medal performance, are we taking away that sense of joy from participating and making it systemized? And I hope we're not, but I can see the start of that happening in a Canadian context. The second piece is that we've taken away the responsibility from the children. As a youngster myself, I didn't really play a lot of organized ice hockey, but I played a lot of road hockey. So I would go out into our front yard with our sticks, tennis ball. We would make up our own rules. That had its challenges too, because the biggest kids would always make up the rules. But nonetheless, we learned to negotiate, we learned to interact with each other without our parents being around there to protect us or to tell us how to act. We had to figure it out on our own. You don't see that happening in a Canadian context anymore. They are not out playing in the fields or in the backyards. They are playing in systemized, organized sport. I don't want to see that happen in disability sport either. The second major consequence is that there's a deselection, particularly at younger ages. I would hate to think that an individual with an impairment, particularly congenital impairments, are being pre-selected out of sports because they don't fit what the it is. They don't fit within the classification of what they can get a medal in. They don't fit within, I understand this disability, I don't understand that one, you're going to have to find a different coach. That to me would be a disservice to individuals with disability, particularly young children, in participating in sport. The third is this idea of early specialization. And this is resulting in things like burnout, lack of socializing with peers, increased risk of injury, because again, they're only doing one sport. So again, you think about swimming. If they're only swimming, there's a lot of pressure on the shoulder joints if they're only doing one style of swimming. You would ideally, particularly for young children who are growing in their physical maturation stages, to be doing lots of different sports so that they're not using the same joints and the same musculature over and over and over again. And the last point, and I speak to this from a parent's perspective, sports specialization is expensive. It cost my parents nothing for them to kick me out of the house and to say, go find some friends and go play somewhere and don't come home for a couple of hours, we don't want to see you. That cost them nothing. As a parent, I have 3 sons that are in their 20s and they all played hockey, and it cost me a lot of money. And they don't play anymore. They play kind of occasionally, but none of them made it to the NHL, and so I'm not able to benefit from, them paying me back. I think they enjoyed their experience, but they probably would have been just as happy playing out on some frozen pond with their buddies as opposed to a systemized, organized game where they felt this pressure to win or lose. They probably would have just been as happy playing out on a frozen pond somewhere. So how do we improve? And I'm getting to the end here. Number 1, recognize our limits of current knowledge and the limitations of our current approaches. We really have no idea what we're doing as it relates to talent identification. So let's stop pretending that we do and maybe just move away from it altogether until they're old enough to actually demonstrate that. And even then, recognize that in many respects, we are still rolling the dice. Number 2, I think we need to understand the implications of early specialization, of kids quitting sport, of not wanting to participate. I don't think we fully appreciate the harm that we're causing by focusing on talent development, talent identification. Number 3, I think we need to move away from individualized coaches making decisions about who makes what teams. I think it has to be a shared responsibility, because then that moves away from kind of the bias of the individual coach. But in a Canadian context, this is how it always happens. I coached a number of high school sport teams. I was responsible for choosing which players played, which players did not. I had that responsibility, mine only. I think that's the wrong approach. The goal, in my opinion, instead should be to sustain participation. When you ask young children why they play sports, and I would argue that this is the same in Paralympic sport, for the most part it's just to have fun. And it's to be around others, it's to connect with other people, it's maybe to learn a few new skills. You have to go down the list pretty far to kind of get to because I want to win a medal. But yet we jump to that conclusion very quickly in able-bodied sport, and I'm starting to see us starting to do that in Paralympic sport, and I'm hoping that we can reverse that before we go down that path too far. And so to address that rocky road to expertise, this is what I would recommend. Number one, we diversify experiences. So even if it's within one sport, players should have the opportunity to play goalie. They should have the opportunity to play forward. They should have the opportunity to play midfield, defense. All of the opportunities. They should not specialize as a goalie in football at a young age. They should be given the opportunity to have a diverse experience base. Number two, as coaches and as administrators and as parents, we have to understand the motivation for participation. There will be some who aspire to be the world's very best and to be Paralympic champions, and we can support that. But we also need to be respectful and recognize that the vast majority will not have that as their motivation. And they will simply want to participate and be with their friends and colleagues. And that leads to this third point. We need to encourage the athletes to self-regulate. And for us as the adults and the coaches to not regulate for them and to present opportunities for children with disabilities and without disabilities to interact together, to interact amongst their peers, to problem solve, and to kind of face their own challenges and issues, opposed to it being an adult-run system. So my key messages, and this is my last slide. Forget about talent. If it exists, we don't know how to measure it. Number two, messages about talented might be harmful to children. If we are telling young people, oh, you have it, you could go far. What if they don't want to go far? What pressure are we putting on these individuals to kind of manifest our own opinions as far as what performance is? Focus on the quality of training and practice. This is where we can probably have our greatest influence. Let's move away from games. Let's focus on practice, skill acquisition, connecting with other people in a fun and enjoyable context. And lastly, providing athletes with coping mechanisms and resources to prepare for the road ahead, for which many of them is not going to include the Paralympic Games, but for those that do, we also need to support them. So I come back to this question. You're a para swim coach, a parent comes to you and says, does my child have it? How are you going to respond to that? I've also added some other sources in case individuals are interested. I am happy to share these slides if anybody cares to have them. And with that, I want to say thank you, and I have provided my email address there. Again, if you're interested in the slide deck, I am more than happy to send it to you. Thank you very much for your participation and attendance, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to respond to them now. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Professor. Can you hear me, the translation, Professor? Can you hear the translators? Yes, can you hear us? Can you hear us now, translators? Yes, great. Professor, your lecture was one of the most amazing one I have heard in my world of para sport. I had seen the subject, and I had lots of questions and I'm enthusiastic about. And I had idea of questions I would like to pose. No, and funny though, during a presentation, new questions and issues cropped up. And during the last three slides, they will part of my reading bedtime book. I will look throughout my life during projects, undertakings, because it went directly on those things I believed, and I was concerned with this specialization and asking athletes to overdo, and therefore, so we have to work these issues. Therefore, athletes, high performance elite athletes that have to use. So therefore, I thank you very much for your lecture, and it's very important for people to use these lessons, apply on a daily basis, so we can have increasingly more not Paralympic athletes only, but those who practice sports and to be happy. I think this is the huge message behind all this. Is so. I also have a child crazy to play football, but I understand a bit, and I can see he will. It doesn't seem to be now that he will be exceeded in this, but he can practice a different sports, and perhaps he can identify his talent. Do the attendees have any question they would like to pose, say something, share an idea? Yes. Good afternoon, Professor Davi. Thank you very much for the excellent lecture. I'm a PhD student with Professor Ciro, Federal University of São Paulo. My question is linked to the morning lecture. I don't know if it's a question you have an answer, but I'm interested regarding that table comparing results of Brazil and Canada throughout the time. Please, could you reflect on the model of development that you organized there in Canada? And do you see some sort of impact on the outcomes? We well talked about Paralympic sport has grown so much, and the pressure for results. We also have it in Brazil to be the best throughout the world. So do you see that based on the country, is there space for this sort of approach, or we should have a balance between the approach more innovative and a traditional approach? It's a bit difficult. I know Canada's reality and the opening of countries for this type of model. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for the question. That's a tough one to try to answer. So for those of you that were not at my presentation this morning, I had a table that showed the medal count, total medal count for Brazil in comparison to Canada starting in around the late 1990s. And I showed that in part to make a little bit of fun of myself, because I joined the board of the Canadian Paralympic Committee in the late 1990s, and Canada had its highest medal count in 2000, and ever since I joined the board, it has gone down considerably. Whereas in Brazil, the opposite happened. I would argue the reason why, so Brazil finished fifth in Paris with total medals. I don't know where it finished on gold medals, but fifth on total medals, which is rather incredible, considering it was, I think, around 24th in the late 1880s, early 1990s. And so it's improved kind of considerably since then. I would argue a big part of that was hosting the games in 2016. That would be my assumption. And probably what happened was what also happened in Canada when we hosted in 2010 in Vancouver from a winter sport perspective, is that the government probably said, we want to perform well, we're going to pump some money into the system. I also think that there was a law change in Brazil as it relates to the lottery funding system. I don't remember the specifics, but if I recall correctly, there was a change where the Paralympic sports system received a fair bit of money, I think, as a result of the Paralympic Games. And then the legacy of the games themselves and the creation of that national training center, I think, is also a big factor in the continued performance. Now, you've only just released a long-term athlete development model yesterday, right? And so Brazil has performed admirably well on a medal scale without a long-term development model. Now, whether or not that would have been sustainable going forward without a long-term athlete development model, that's yet to be seen. But from a Canadian context, and the argument that I was making in this morning's presentation is that we jumped the gun too quickly on inclusion. And so had we stuck with our long-term athlete development model but stayed with the disability sports system still intact, I think we would have had more success on a medal outcome. So from a Brazil context, I would caution against going from the disability sports system to the able-bodied sports system too quickly with the creation of this long-term athlete development model that was just released yesterday. I don't know if that answers exactly the question you were asking, but I think I was understanding a little bit about what you were asking. Thank you, though, for the question.
Não sei se foi essa a sua pergunta. Não sei se eu não respondi ela completamente.
Good afternoon, David. So, good afternoon, David. As a teaching, I was so happy and relieved to hear a bit about the initiation, development work and concern with early development of children. And today when we see a classification system within the para sport evolving at a very fast pace, there's an additional concern on what to do with those children that not on the borderline of high level classification, but on the borderline classification lowest level. So this is a concern for me. When I see this happening in the Congress, it's sort of a relief. I feel more calm because we are still addressing this. So I'm happy to hear you talking about this, for us to reflect about this. Yes, we want to be on the top. It was in front of Canada also, but there's this huge concern, initiation. We must be careful. We as coaches, we should reflect more on this with this concern regarding this fast pace that Paralympic sports is going.
Are you ready? Thank you so much for your comment. It saddens me. So I'll give an example in a Canadian context where I see this happening. So para ice hockey. So it used to be called sledge hockey. And it doesn't have a classification system in it, but you have to have a lower limb impairment of some sort. So what has happened is the only athletes ultimately that are playing on the national teams for Canada and the United States, which are by far the two best teams in the world, they're all double leg amputees for the very majority of individuals. So individuals with spinal cord injury are being kind of classified out of playing para ice hockey because they don't have the same trunk musculature as a double leg amp does. And so coaches are just like, you really should pick another sport. But these young people who have spinal cord injuries are like, but no, I want to play hockey. My brother's played hockey. I want to play hockey. I want to be like my brother. And they're like, well, you really should pick a different sport because you're never going to make the national team. And these kids are sometimes 8. And I'm like, why do we have to presuppose your inability to play on a national team in 15 or 20 years at that young level? Because we make assumptions about what the sport is going to look like. I'll give you an example from able-bodied sport too, where sport changes and we have a hard time sometimes. Like, are any of you NBA basketball fans? Okay, so you don't see a lot of Shaquille O'Neals anymore because the sport has changed. And so when someone like a Steph Curry came along and the three-point rule was changed, what a basketball player's talent is also changed. And so you don't see, again, like there aren't, like 15, 20 years ago, there were a lot of Shaquille O'Neal type of basketball players and they were the dominant basketball players. Now, they're all kind of like when you go when I was coaching my kids' high school basketball teams, they all thought they were Steph Curry, and they would all launch these 3-point shots with them basically being strong enough to even throw the ball that far. And that has its own issues. But now Steph Curry is the model, and Steph Curry is a very different basketball player than Shaquille O'Neal. And so sport changes, sport evolves. What is talent in one context could be very different in another in 10 years' time. And I think we do a disservice to children by selecting them out based on what we think is the current talent of the day. But I very much appreciate your question. Thank you.
More questions? The floor is opened. My question is that it was posed online. If during this process we started to advance and we are ahead, how can we come back and start from the beginning once we are advanced?
Good question.
Well, that's do you want me to wait? I wish I had a really good answer for that question, because that's exactly what we're trying to deal with in a Canadian context from an able-bodied sports system perspective. I don't think we're quite there yet with Paralympic sport. So what I'm hoping is that we don't get to that point yet. Although, as I just mentioned earlier with the sledge hockey example, I'm starting to see it already starting to percolate. But what I'm hoping is that we don't move to this business model where we have academies sprouting up, where parents have to pay gobs of money to send their 5-year-olds to a sport academy to become the next Paralympic champion. I think it's hard to turn that to turn that boat around. I don't think that's an easy thing to do. We are having a very difficult time in Canada doing that right now. And so I guess the hope in my presentation was, let's not get to that point where we then have to change it moving forward.
That's why it was so important, your lecture. We had the opportunity to hear how is the model, the ideal to be worked on, and the idea to have this type of process to work on in the future. So we close it. We have one more question. Your lecture was fantastic. We have one more question. Clearly.
Good afternoon. I'll be speaking on behalf of Professor Diego, who is from Chile. Congratulations for your lecture. I'm a swimming teacher in a program in Chile that is funded by the Chilean government. It's a free workshop for anyone with disability, for children from 8 to 26 years of age. I have 3 disabilities and 5 intellectual disabilities. I work with 2 swimming teachers. A quick story about Amaro, a child with cerebral palsy that used to train in a rehab center and later joined our program. The rehab experience was confused because it's different to work in the water. It's important for the coach to have experience with specific sports and experience with people with disability to improve their knowledge without losing the child on the way. Certainly with experience, that can happen. Another case, a non-experienced teacher was invited for a seminar, and he talked about his experience and showed the image of a monkey to a deaf child. Well, they're asking the government to go to the Deaf Olympics. It's a shame that we don't have qualified coaches, and that, of course, affects our athletes.
Thank you very much for your comment. thank you for your comment. And yes, I also wish that coaches had a broad understanding of disability in all aspects of disability. But that's not an easy thing to achieve, although it doesn't mean that we should not try to aspire to it. And as an example, I teach adapted physical activity at my university, of which many graduating students will go on to become coaches. But it's the one course that they will take over a 4-year period that focuses on disability. I spend one class teaching them how to fingerspell in American Sign Language. And I teach them how to say, "Hi, my name is," and "nice to meet you." And I'm going to show you what I think that is, and I may be wrong, but let me see. But so that's one class for 10 minutes where I talk about sign language. I make reference to Gallaudet University. I talk about how, the huddle in football was created by deaf sport, and how the safe sign and the out sign in baseball was created by deaf sport. I use the example of a player who played for the Denver Broncos in the NFL who was deaf. There was a fullback for the Seattle Seahawks, Derek Coleman, who was deaf. But that's one class in an entire semester where I'm addressing deafness and hard of hearing. And I might talk a little bit about, cochlear implants or the etiology of hearing impairment, again, for one class. That is not and then in the next class, maybe we're talking about Special Olympics and Down syndrome and intellectual disability. In the next class, we're talking about inclusion generally. And the next class, we're talking about accessibilities of ramps. And, when the bars that they go to have all these high tables, is that an inclusive environment for their friends in a wheelchair? So it's really hard for coaches to have a full understanding of how to include a person with a disability. But again, I would say that does not mean that we shouldn't aspire to trying to do that. I think that's the ultimate goal, but it's not going to be an easy process.
Any other questions? No? So before we finish, besides, of course, thanking you, based on everything you told us, based on your lecture and everything you shared with us today, your experience, and the visit that you made to our training center and the policies that you know in Brazil, perhaps a final message that you can leave to the audience so we all leave this more inspired.
I'm hesitant to say anything that's going to be inspiring, but I guess if I had a lasting message, it would be that we're all going down similar paths. So I presented to you 5 other models of athlete development processes that in many respects are pretty similar. I think we all have the best hopes and the best intents for children to continue participating and to be active and to be doing it for fun and enjoyment, but somehow we allow the industrial side of it, the industry, to impact it and to negatively influence it. And so as a collective, though, we have the power to say no to that and to encourage our public physical education system to do better, to have our grassroots community sports programs do better. And so collectively, we do have that influence and that power. So we just have to demonstrate that influence and not buy into having to have your 5-year-old in an elite sport system instead of just playing with their friends. And it's way cheaper too. Anyways, that would be my finishing comments. Thank you very much for attending. I really appreciate you being here.
Salve de palmas, professor David Dag.
So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Professor, for being with us. We are wrapping up this session in the second Brazilian conference on Parasport Pedagogy, and we will be back shortly. See you soon. Thank you, everyone. Thank you again for staying with us. Now we will continue with our agenda. But before that, turn to the person sitting next to you and tell them, "Good afternoon, how are you? You all look so serious. I don't know what's happening." It's actually his fault. So come on, big smile to the person sitting next to you. Make sure you introduce yourself, because now we're going to have our next activity. It's going to be a round table to talk about intervention scenarios in parasport. And for that, I would like to invite Professor and Dr. Frederico Ribeiro Neto, Professor Rosa Claire Ravache, and Professor Adria Santos, and to moderate the discussion, Dr. Vania Ferreira. I apologize for asking you to keep switching back and forth on your devices, but that will no longer be necessary. It will be much easier for all of you. We're going to stay in one single channel because all the activities will be in Portuguese. So now, everyone who wishes to follow the discussion in Portuguese, stay on channel 8. And if you're watching us from home, make sure you send your questions. It will be a pleasure to ask them to our speakers. And I'm certain that your questions are similar to the ones many people might have. We're just getting the stage ready. Now it's the time to take a selfie with the person sitting next to you and tag us on Instagram at paradesporto_BR. And our YouTube channel is at Paradesporto Acessível. And later you'll be able to watch or re-watch all the presentations that are taking place today. After this roundtable, there will be a short bio break for all of you. But now it is an honor to welcome Professor Rosa Claire, Professor Frederico, Professor Adria. So now I'll hand the floor to our panelists. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Good afternoon. My name is Vania Thier. I'm a white woman with short, dark hair. I'm wearing a light colored jacket, a green blouse, and denim pants. Now we're going to continue with our agenda, and I would like to invite Professor Frederico to give his initial remarks, and after that, we'll hear from our other speakers. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. My name is Fred. I'm a white man, 1 meter and 80. I'm wearing black shoes, black denim pants, and a green shirt. I'm a PE professor. I work in the SARA network of rehabilitation hospitals. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to talk a little bit about this in the International Paralympic meeting. Actually, if you have watched my previous lecture, you will see some similarities, but now we will have more time to cover some aspects that are specifically related to parasport in a hospital context. In that previous presentation, we needed to consider strength training more often or more predominantly. So now we'll have more time to talk about different aspects. Like I said, I work at SARA. SARA is a network of rehabilitation hospitals with 9 hospitals in 8 state capitals in Brazil. I work in the second hospital in Brasilia. There are 2 units there. One of them is the one I've been working at since 2005, and part of my presentation will focus on the work done inside SARA in this hospital. Our country is huge, and even though SARA is guided by some general principles, you have our website here if you want to learn them, we have one characteristic. We provide an individualized process in rehabilitation. There are many social, cultural, financial, regional differences in Brazil, and they all need to be taken into account during the rehabilitation process. In all our hospitals, we offer physical education, so we work with parasport in all hospitals that are part of the SARA network. To give you some context on our network of hospitals, in 1980, we opened the first unit of our hospital in Brasilia, but only in 1988 we started offering physical education with a single teacher. And when we think about physical education in a hospital setting, this is a recent idea developed less than 40 years ago, especially if we compare it with nursing, physical therapy, and of course, medicine. At the time, we had only one practitioner. He would work in different with the nurses. And over the years, new job openings were created, and physical education grew all over Brazil. Today, we can have 2 simultaneous meetings taking place with research being used for the decision-making processes and for the definition of activities, and we grew as an activity inside hospitals. An important milestone was the opening of the second hospital in Brasilia, which is the hospital in our network with the largest number of PE teachers. We have 11 teachers, 19 interns. And again, new job openings were created. Practitioners started learning more about physical activity and rehabilitation in different sports. And of course, we needed to develop our work furthermore. In 2019, we had another important milestone. A Paralympic sport project was created. So the hospital board decided that parasport would be part of a specific department in the hospital. And that was very important for us because when we think about rehabilitation, patients might have been admitted in 1988 and discharged on the same year. If they come back today and they have a demand associated to physical education, they go back to rehabilitation even if they are an old patient. So we look at rehabilitation with that goal of parasport, which gives us a great deal of autonomy and really shows the importance that PE has gained inside the hospital settings. Today, we have the autonomy to discharge the patient depending on what we deem important. Sarah is publicly funded by the federal government. So all the resources come from a public budget. And this is very important. So if a patient stays one more day in the hospital, we are using public funds. If a PE believes that that patient should stay for one more week because that will improve their autonomy, their health status, and that will be important for their rehabilitation, this can be done with the support of the whole team and the board of the hospital. When we did that, we established one main goal, which included promoting physical activity and parasport as a means and as an end, or as an end, to allow social interaction and the benefits of regularly exercising that in health and rehabilitation. That was the goal when we initially created our parasport project. But we had a big problem. People started their rehabilitation process. They would stay for around 4 or 5 weeks. And when they actually went to the training centers, the difference between what we did and what was actually done in the real world was huge. So the patient would play rugby with us, just starting, using the wheelchair for the first time. And then they would go to a training center with a focus on competition, and they would see people banging their wheelchairs, and they said, I'm not going to do this. This is not for me. And that is a problem. Because if you are going through a rehabilitation process and the patient discontinue the proposed treatment, that is very bad. There can be a number of issues associated. It can be public policies and lack of transportation. Maybe the patient is not motivated to continue, but at least everyone involved need to stop and think, why did that individual did not continue in sport? So were my prescriptions correct? Did I give them enough time to get better so they can train? So one of our goals was to create this bridge between what was done inside the hospital and what happened in the real world. And over time, our understanding of this process grew. And we understood that we needed to be much closer to what was actually happening inside the training centers than we were in the past.
Growth of physical education and parasport. Well, with this, it's important because according to our understanding of competition rehabilitation has shifted. Normally, we have a dichotomic point of view for rehab and competition. Currently, our view is that competition is part of rehabilitation process. Currently, we take patients to compete. Since 2023, we are affiliated to Brazilian Paralympic Committee, so we are within a competition club, and we take part in competitions, taking the patients and enable them to with situations on functionality, daily activities. But when we think about this, when we take a patient to compete, we must understand that interventions, attitudes, they must be intentional, have a reason. Taking a patient to compete, I can trade the skills on wheelchairs, public transportation, catheters in a situation where he was not used, or he or she was not used. And currently, this scenario might took weeks or even months to simulate within the hospital environment. So when we take a patient to competition, we are creating rehabilitation context. So throughout these years, we started to participate in competitions, in-house, external. We started to involve all units of SARA unit within the parasport, and currently we have one representative of physical education in each unit of SARA, working with parasport and with individual growth according to each unit. And for this purpose, we had to create a methodology and set a structure. With SERA, we work basically with three major programs. So rehabilitation of the back rehabilitation, spine rehabilitation, and neurologic rehabilitation, orthopedics, and children's rehabilitation. For the medulla, meningocele rehab, neurologic rehabilitation, there's a Parkinson program. For orthopedy, there's a program for brachial plexus and branchiopedie, poliosequila. In children's rehab, it's almost all. So these programs, they submit patients, refer patients to level one, so where they will have the first contact and experience. If you're experienced on para sport, and the purpose here is to have as a mean. So you will train physical balance of the trunk, strength, demands that the rehabilitation team requires. So physiotherapy will train these skills. We will try and part of the sport so they can train. So a situation will be the first time that the patient will sit on a wheelchair to test the first time they will experience the canoe adapt after trauma. In the in this level one, they stay approximately 2 months with us, and then they go to the assessment of physical assessment of the professional. Then they go to level two, and here we reduce the level of activities and the frequency they are performed. At this time, what I'm thinking, I'm sitting with the patient after we see several activities, and the patient starts to see the possibilities and understand them, and say, detect what they like more, what it's easier to continue, and furthermore, we have to have an understanding of how electable is the patient according to modality. So see how rich this is, because I'm starting to think about a hospital where he had a recent trauma of trying to fit a patient within a sports modality to be easier for the patient to keep on. And the time we're gaining, imagine if I have to wait, leaving the release from the hospital, be at home, be adapted, go to Jose for athleticism, and so imagine coming to Jose with a structured train, something more advanced. See how much time we gain with this, both for health and without being associated with the modalities we have, in order that we can compete and participate in competitions. Well, why this is important, and what does it have? Did it bring as an advantage? As I said previously, understanding of professionals within the rehab center of diagnosis and peculiarities of lesions that are more fit towards the sports modality, we increase the rate of adhesion, success of patients, also either thinking about competition of health. This is one Severin study, is a study of the current year 2024, where she associated a type of lesion, acquired or congenital, with obtained medals in Paralympic Games. So division between acquired and congenital, it's used a lot by the literature. It's a division that generates a level of questioning, and tried to expand further this debate. And we wrote a letter to the publisher, and we divided this a bit better. We divided the source of the lesion between congenital and genetic and acquired. And furthermore, dividing, think about the expression of the lesion. I can have genetic, Charcot-Marie, as an example, is only expressed on the adult phase. Although it's a genetical disease, it has all the childhood. It was a child with no lesion. The framework of this child is with motor moves and so with acquired lesion. The medulla, when you have it, the teenagers, that there's a child that can have spinal cord lesion as a child, early childhood, but it has a motor characteristic more similar with the congenital disease. Therefore, we divide it in time of expression of the lesion based on the phase of Galahu from birth, acquired early, or acquired medium, acquired later. It's one more way of understanding the referral in a more fit way of that patient according to the lesion, interest, characteristic, and making easier the continuity of this patient externally. Well, all this model we published also at the beginning of this year. This is a spoiler. We published at the beginning of this year these divisions level 1, 2, and 3. Also, this was published by Ciro's book published yesterday. Why did we do this? We did it when we sent it to a scientific community, and the idea is to receive suggestions, critics, and proposals. So it's an opportunity to exchange and grow. It's what's happening here also, the opportunity to hear, see the experience, gain knowledge, and the models used. These are the models that we use in SARA's network, and the involvement have been very good, but as in the next slide, it's not something new. The use of parasport within the context from the root based. This is based on an experience from Dr. Gutmann, Stockman Deville sports inserted within hospital environment, and all the benefits of parasport within this environment. Just to talk a bit specifically was what we have been doing in Lago Norte, sharing with you our dimension. In 2018, we participated in 3 championships in Sara Lago Norte. It's a region in Brazil. In 3 championships, we started the project of Paralympic Parasports, and we participated in 17 championships. Who organizes the team for the championship and the championship per se? It's a lot of hard work. Imagine linking this with the work we have at the hospital. Therefore, it's 40 hours workload in addition to being government hospital, and we are under the Ministry of Health, and we have targets to attend. So the guys, the parasport, so the section of parasport there generates and promotes huge rehabilitation gain, lots of gains, but a huge amount of work with this. But it's a good thing. 2020, we had the pandemic. We participated of Paratelofelis, Murilo was there with us. With weightlifting, we attended one championship, and in 2019 we started to participate after the second semester. 13 championships, 23, 21 championships we participated, and this year we participated in 17 championships. We have targets that we reach up or down, but 21, 17 in-house organized and out of the hospital organized, thinking about Lago Norte and not thinking about the other units. It's more than one championship per month that we take our patients to participate in different modalities. This is a picture of weightlifting, in Brasilia. The first competition we participated in Asara, affiliated to the Paralympic Committee, the weightlifting. Murilo is there, and thank him the effort he had with us and opening doors for us so we could be part of this project. And so we participated with as SARA affiliated, participating in the meeting, attending the meeting. On Lago Norte, we work with this modality: canoeing, badminton, weightlifting, boccia, table tennis, rugby, swimming, athleticism. So when we think about the network, we have many professors of the network of SARA here with us. Thank you very much. We have 20 modalities, not only Paralympic, that we carry out in SARA throughout the semester. Since 23, we have increased substantially the number of activities throughout the years. And this is nice to see the para sport growth. Data not shown here. In spite of this year, we participated in less championships. We took more patients to participate of this championship. So this evidences our gaining know-how, a capacity to bring more people to be inserted and to be able to compete. And to end my lecture or speak, well, rehabilitation of the first to last moment is a process, and here I want the understanding of rehabilitation to be the para de sport inserted within the context of rehabilitation. What the bigger the understanding of involved variables, more it's easier will be to guide and improve the path to reach the end goal. And for us to understand and study, research, create this path that we are talking, we can think about taking a patient in a championship to win a medal, but we are together with rehab process using Paradisport and other tools for the first moment that the patient can transfer from a wheelchair, conventional, for the sport one with a cannula. And regardless of this objective, it's a gratifying journey where conquers are shared by all those involved in the process. So those in the mean, competitive, or within the basic rehabilitation, the small conquers, they are huge, from the medal that the Professor Wellington showed one in Paris. It was so emotional for those who saw and followed the Paralympic Games up to the moment that the patient does a train of walking and the first step individual conquer inserted in all this in spite of all difficulties faced, and but it's so gratifying to be part of all this. Thank you all, and I thank the table. Professor Rosie, Adria, thank you for the opportunity of sharing this opportunity with you all. Thank you very much. Now this is my contact for those who would like to contact me. So thank you, Professor. Then we will have some after the Q&A, and I'm sure we will have so many questions posed. Now I invite Professor Rosie Claire from the Joinville Sports Secretariat. Professor, now share with us a different reality, Professor Jose Clar Havashi, and then we will have the talk or Q&A section. Well, good afternoon. I'm white, women 1.60. I'm wearing dark trousers and dark shirts with the logo of my municipality, the local government or prefecture of Joinville. Thank you, Professor Círio, for being here and talking about public policy and what we are doing in Santa Catarina, specifically Joinville, and how the para sport history in Joinville added to reach the moment we are now today. So when I was invited by this young boy that is parading in my front, I was very happy because it's an opportunity for us to talk a bit what we are doing and what is our status and the journey of 15 years of para sports in Joinville. So we are a secretariat. All started in 2009, but we had a story to reach the moment now, a story that we are secretary now, but we used to be a foundation back there. And as the parade sport, we had all the history. We were not that well recognized. The parade sport has a whole line, and we will share with you how we started all this and where we are heading now. So between 2000 2008, we placed that we have a gap because in fact in the municipality in 88 we had the first Paralympic athlete, which was Carlos Alberto Sestrain, that won a bronze medal in Seoul Olympic Games in the during the marathon. Going when Roberto Sestren came back from Seoul Paralympic Games could be the great change and the start of a para sports history in the Municipal, but was not happened. So in 96 we started a journey of two professionals, Professor Sonia Ribeiro and Sonia Teixeira, who is taking pictures of this moment. It starts a journey and a fight. It's a saga, in fact, to understand the para sport move and how it worked, the Paralympic movement, and various Paralympics were to Atlanta, Sydney, Athens, up to the moment they decided to found an NGO and it started the pirate sport movement in the city. And then we joined this movement in 2000. Santa Catarina lays down a program that starts a game for Parajaski. And then we start to understanding that we were browsing alone. We were browsing with no public authorities with us. Perhaps this was is not a model to all states and cities or countries, but I believe strongly that the model that Santa Catarina manages to understand one way or the other. Not all municipalities, each one has a different reality, but not all municipalities do the same way. But perhaps we can understand that this might be different with the public authorities closer. So between 2000 2008, Joinville was a benchmark in terms of institutions. Many institutions already existed for physical, visual impairments and intellectual impairments and lacked support. And when the games were open for Santa Catarina, we gained visibility because these institutions did things alone with no support by public authorities. But going to games with a loan car and someone inside the compy, and we gathered fruits and food for the athletes. It was a festival. Let's see how it will come out and how to attract for and how the outcome on games and the professors to teacher together, and we understand it was not possible and we had to change. Then big concerns start and the quest for the public authority to see this in a different way. So we start seeing that public authorities starting look at us more carefully. So in '09, a new management takes office. This is, I think, is routine for all new public authorities takes office with a different way of seeing thinking and seeing the parasport and the passion of the mayor of that time for the basket in wheelchairs. So the question, would we have this change if there was no interest by that manager? And as of then, we start to have a chain where we create.
That's when we created, without a specific department actually, I started as a coach. I would coach track and field, and would also coordinate that area. That's when we created our first school Paralympic festival, a festival that exists until today. Of course, we took a break during the pandemic, but we resumed it in 2022. For 3 years in a row, we did it with the Paralympic Committee starting in 2018. But we continue with this festival up until today. We started with 80 children. Today we have a limitation of seeing 500 children a year. The model is the same we created in 2010. Children could invite their friends and so on and so forth. It's a great initiative and we are very proud of it. But like Fred said, nothing is too easy in parasport because we would need to constantly ask for help. We would ask for fruit from the grocery store. We didn't actually have a budget for this. We would pretty much collecting the rests from the other departments. But people who are already working on this initiative had the biggest drive to make it happen. And the same year, 2010, we created the Parasport City School Games that remained as an independent initiative until 2022. And in 2022, it became part of the ABLED School Games. They happen simultaneously, but it's the same thing. We started with like a couple of kids, and now we have 250 kids attending, simply because of the fact that we cannot have all of them coming to the same event. So every year we gradually increase the number of kids, considering the need for new professionals as well. Also in 2010, we also created our first city program for athletes for receiving a benefit from the government. And this was a program that was open for all types of athlete, but our budget for parasport only allowed us to offer this benefit for a single athlete. But since I was already working in abled sport, I used to be an athlete, we had this perspective that maybe now I was sitting on the other side of the table. I was no longer an athlete, now I was a manager. And I started to realize the difference that exists between abled sport and adapted sport. We need to understand all the different functional classes. If you look at track and field, for example, we have more than 50 functional classes. If I create a benefit program to include all these social classes, we can never afford that. The government will never be able to do that. So we started to imagine how we could create a benefit program. So initially we only had resources to provide the benefit for a single athlete, but we little by little evolved. If we think about it, we started this in 2009, trying to show a little bit of what was done. And it took us 11 years to actually showcase parasport without needing to prove anything to anyone. And working hard, assembling teams. We started with one sport. Currently, we have 17 different groups inside the city. We have participated on the state parasport games since its first edition. The state was actually the first one to do it. The first event of this type in states actually happened in our state. And when we started this process, there was a big concern when it comes to the state benefit provided by athletes on how we can pay more to more athletes. And of course, we had a difference between individual sports and team sports. For team sports, we needed a number of benefits that would accommodate the budget that we didn't have at the time, and we needed to work on that until 2021. But now we have a new process, but of course we need to understand that it's a journey. And if you in my few next slides, I just want you to understand that for some, these numbers might seem irrelevant. To some of you, the numbers might look big enough or good, but in our understanding, this is a new moment. We have grown tremendously in 15 years, ending in January 9th in 2025. We're celebrating 15 years of our department. And of course, it's necessary to change our organizational chart now. And I like to say that if we have a story to tell and examples to follow, it's because people have come before us. I cannot criticize or deny anything that was done since we first started in 2009. We had 4 different managers. but they all contributed so we could get to where we are today with the numbers we can present. Because if every new manager decided, okay, this is over, we wouldn't be here telling this 15-year-old story. I think I was talking to Fred or someone else before. I said that now we are at a different moment, something that inside the government can take 15 years, like it happened to us. So we could actually get to where we are with the numbers that I have to tell you. So again, in 2021, our department was officially created. We have a coordinator. We have two employees working 40 times a week and 44 other trainers. We have a budget of 1.5 million. And again, I'm not here trying to brag. It took us 15 years to get to this level of budget. And for some of you, this might be actually too little, but it was a great accomplishment for us in Parasport. Today, we can offer that benefit to 84 athletes that are at the top of their game, elite athletes. And again, we needed to be careful with these 84 athletes. Who would they be? Who would be entitled to the benefit? Are we going to copy the federal model? It's quite difficult because we don't have the same level of resources. So we wanted our partner institutions, again, we have 11 partner institutions today, and one of our concerns were this: okay, we as the government, are we going to try to embrace everything and leave some institutions aside? Or quite the opposite, are we going to strengthen institutions so we can actually walk hand in hand? We decided to do the last one, strengthening institutions, creating our partnership with the Paralympic movement from grassroots up until the top. That was our biggest concern. We wanted to make institutions care. We want them to work for raising resources. In 2019, we started doing that. We started making institutions understand that not everything can be done by the municipality. In our case, it's impossible for the municipality to fund all these initiatives. So in 2021, we started with a different model. The municipality started working and requesting institutions to train professionals in their areas to find their projects so they have all the right documentation in order to access public fundings from the federal government, so they could also have more autonomy. Because, and again, I'm speaking for the municipal government here, it's not that we get stuck, but we cannot go beyond a certain limit because we have models that come from abled sport, and I know that things end up to disappear over time, and sometimes we are pushing for so much that it's impossible to achieve that. So again, this budget of 1.5 million was a great accomplishment for our city. Money that is exclusively destined to Parasport. Today, we have programs. We're having a technical issue. Just so you understand what we do with this budget of 1.5 million, we have our performance team. Since 2010, we had about 12, 13 athletes, but we already had one top athlete that had gone to Beijing, Sheila Finger. She competes in track and field. And with the fact that Sheila went to the Paralympic Games, we started to show the municipality that, yes, we are here, We exist. So in 2009, we became part of the sports department, and that's when the movement started. In 2005, we started the state para sport games, school games. We created the city school festival in 2010. We had different competitions being promoted by the state, and our project started in 2021. A project that was there, forgotten, and before, without the resources, it was impossible to do it. This is a project that actually goes to the communities. We do an annual survey. It's been active for 3 years now. So we take this project to the different neighborhoods, and we actually we close up a street that has access to restrooms, usually where there's a school, and we bring all the different sports, Paralympic sports, basketball, fencing, badminton, any sport that can be taken is taken to the streets, and the whole community goes there to play. And the invitation is open for everyone, not just for people with disabilities. So we can start to shift that paradigm that only people with disabilities can do this. We really believe that breaking those paradigms will allow us to actually raise the number of attendees. And we were able to have more families coming close to the project. I know this neighbor, I'll let them know, and that created a ripple effect. And during this project from 2021 to 2024, we saw more than 7,000 people in different neighborhoods inside our city. And then our traveling festival goes to schools. We actually see children in schools, providing them with lectures for all of them. And we have one lecture for teachers on how to work with children with disability. We invite athletes to talk about all the different aspects of sport and their social life. So it's a conversation that they have with everyone inside the school. In this traveling festival, since 2021, we have seen more than 10,000 children with no disability, and 800 children with disabilities were impacted by this festival. And again, we present to these children what sport is like, and we talk about the life of children with disabilities inside schools. So the benefits were huge. Out of the 870 children that participated in this festival, more than 80 are already part of our training programs. And just like the previous professor that talked about initiation, this is our big concern for 25 in the future years. When we discovered these 870 children with disability in 23 municipal schools, 64, if I'm not mistaken, are part of our projects. But what do we do with the remaining? The remaining ones that cannot necessarily be eligible for parasport, but at the same time have a disability. So this is a new level of concern we have inside the city, and now we need to understand how to address that 2025 onwards. We are calling this project, when Mariana presented the development map yesterday, when we look at that, we see that we are on the right track, but at a certain point in time, the government can only do so much. That's why it's important to have strong partner institutions, because without them, we wouldn't have this project becoming a reality. Because without the different institutions, it's impossible for public authorities to do anything. So strengthening different institutions is the biggest lesson we have learned. Of course, municipalities can face different realities, sometimes even inside the same state, not to mention between states. I don't know if it would work for everyone, but it did for us. So now Every institution, we have at least one expert professional with whether physical or intellectual disabilities, and they work with sport inside the institutions, and that's how we assemble the teams for the competitions. And the national international competitions, the institutions themselves take them. For example, we have our municipality. That's the partnership we have, and we really believe in the results that we are achieving. And again, this traveling festival is a project that we go to hospital. I would love to have one Sarah hospital in our city. You and Rodrigo are a problem because I'm often confusing your names. I love you both, but I think you can take a little bit of Sarah to our city. We'd be very happy because that's one thing that is missing in our town. I think we can understand a little bit about parasport movement as a movement that can become stronger because I really believe in that. I believe the government needs to be close to it. It needs to be together, but we cannot do this alone. And I'm not just saying this because I'm part of the government today working as a coordinator in the department. It's because it's impossible to do this without partners. Just look at the price of a wheelchair for basketball. It costs around 12,000 reals. The city alone cannot afford that. It is impossible. So I often say that just like it's impossible, it's important to look at the families, we also have to look at who's sitting at the other side of the table. And when we try to put ourselves in other people's shoes, we can get a better understanding of the movement. When Vanya talked about the work that's being carried out by the National Department of Parasport, perhaps our immediate thought might be, come on, where are the resources? Give me the resource. But first, take a seat at the other side of the table and manage that budget before you start to think about asking for more resources. Of course, you can ask for resources, but you need to understand the process as well. And this was a learning that we went through over the 15 years. We needed institutions to understand that we were their partners, not their adversaries. And the municipality or the sports department were never their adversaries. But it's very difficult to achieve that level of understanding when you are not seeing the other side of the conversation. So that is very important. And perhaps it was easier for me because first I was an athlete, I became a coach, I became a manager, and then I was able to view all these different perspectives. So we really believe in the model that we have. Perhaps we are proof that it works. And I think that without the government, at least to have the name of the municipality in the project helps. And it makes all of our projects much greater. I think this is what I had to share with you. Let me see if it's over.
So, just for your understanding, so you can see the department events. So I can see it here, but I'm having facing issues to share it with you. Therefore, so to wrap up, so I cannot share with you. I'm facing technical issues. Just for your understanding, I have some pictures, which is the itinerant festival and the party sport turnover, and you go to the itinerant. We go to the schools, the activities with children. We see, we make the experiment, they participate. Therefore, go ball, athleticism. There's an activity with its guide. lane. It's a huge one we do with elastics. Cl- we put the van in children's eyes and make them walk along. There was a blind so to be more accessible, not accessible, and we take all these activities inside the school, and we end year now with a project in November where the secretariat here, there's a global class they will see, and there's as part of the guidance and regarding guidance and mobility. So it's a class far from an institution, let's say, as Benjamin Constant, but it's a class of guiding and orientation. A friend will conduct a peer on school, and the last speakers well, we ended this year with a project doing its closing with 60 wheelchairs, where we were so happy with partnerships engaged with institutions. We, with the City Hall, we gave 15 and the remaining by the NGO of Anna. That's why we would believe in partnership. Without it, it's very difficult to do things, and it's important for the public authorities. So the thank you. These are my contact addresses. So are the these are the impairments and disabilities we attend. So thank you very much. If anyone has a question, I'm open to answer them. I think if Adria is going to talk with you, she's even wearing a scarf. So Rosie, excellent. Congratulations for the work you've done. So thank you for your presentation. Yes. So we have a film we want to share with you. Just bear with us a moment. Well, good afternoon, attendees. I would like also to thank Ciro for this opportunity to be here and talk to you and share with you my story as an athlete. I I had many conquers in my life in addition to medals, meeting people, professionals that worked with me, professionals from the physical education area, people that referred me to sports. Within the modality of athleticism as an athlete, I conquered everything an athlete dreams to reach the highest place within a podium, and I've reached it. I was born with low visibility. My sight was impaired, and at 13, my left eye went blind, and 18, my right eye. So I will describe myself. I started talking, but then I was so cold there. I think this. affected me. I was shaking. So I'm dark skin. I have curly black hair. My eyes are dark, and I'm using a Ad Santos t-shirt, and it's behind my cardigan, and I earrings that it's tiger's eye, jeans, pants, and sneakers, and then a scarf. But I don't know the color of the coat and scarf. But jokes aside, now back to my history. Many years representing Brazil as an athlete, 6 Paralympic Games where I conquered 13 medals, and during these 7 years, they were very emotional moments, and also overcoming difficulties, events, competitions I had to overcome. And this made me stronger as an athlete, as a person, and professionals that I had beside me guiding me, and this made me a benchmark for other women, others with impairments or disabilities. And to date, I have no knowledge what Adria conquered or done. Many pose me these questions, and sometimes I'm surprised, still surprised with the fondness and care I receive from people. So it's very joyful to know that everything I did, indirectly, I reached people, places I would never thought I would be capable of. Or listening to the hymn, the flag of my country during Paralympic Games and World Games, and many with disabilities inside their homes when I had the opportunity at the height of my career where the Paralympic sports started to be recognized. And it was when the Paralympic Committee had a sponsor that granted a space in the media to be disclosed. And I was fortunate to be at the peak of my career in Sydney in 2000 with two world records, Paralympic world records, in fact. And I was there broadcasted by the TV showing this to all Brazil for people. They also had the capacity and capability to be in a place like me. Therefore, in 013, as it happens in the lives of all athletes, there's that moment when you think, do I keep on or should I stop? Many lesions, and by the end of my career, I had to decide thinking that I was prepared, and I was not, in fact. I was not prepared emotionally, and it was when I stopped, and it was a huge impact in my life. And I spent some years having to undergo treatments and understand that I was no longer in that world as an athlete, but I could be in this world again as a benchmark, as an athlete, and motivating others. And then it was when I managed to exit this difficult moment and back to study. I graduated in 2020. It was a dream that came true. I was between physiotherapy and physical education. So I went to the bachelorate in physical education, and I graduated in 2020 by the beginning of the pandemic. And this was an amazing accomplishment because I always wanted to show people and teach, motivate. And after passed through all that difficult time, ending my career, no, the carpet was pulled from under my feet. I had to go back to running but different from what I did before. Because that was speed. I was went to run on streets. I started 5K. I've reached how two. I've run two half marathons, and I want to run one, but I haven't done it yet, and it's my plan. And it was when I saw that running for me, it's my medicine. It's the medicine I needed. And then I started to notice I could and can convey this to others, the importance of sports, of moving yourself, exercising. And it was when soon after I graduated, I had the opportunity of starting with a project with children. Currently, I have a project with my name, Institute Adria Santos, where I work with these children and their professionals that work with me. One is here with me, Tabata, and we worked within the project the starting of athletics with children. Currently, I have a child that's absolutely blind, another boy also, but by the end of the year, he has not gone due to problems he's facing in his family, but he's totally blind. And we have a bigger group of the group that's children with autism spectrum, children with impairments. This was always my wish, placing children with and without impairments together, but not the inclusion of just joining the child, but also truly to be there and learn amongst themselves, sharing experiences. We don't have to look deficiencies but capabilities of the next of kin, and working within the project. Today we have 14 children that are impaired regarding socialization, and we work within the classroom. But of these 14, we are managing to take some to the tracks in order to do activities with them on the tracks. And it's been a huge success for us because there's a physiotherapist working with me together with those the girls from physical education that are doing this work. And I also have a girl in the institute whom I'm developing my methodology within the institute, which she's blind. She does a work with the teachers, but she's a child because she was not stimulated as it should. She feels she's incapable to do things. So I start with this work soon after that. The main reason is to motivate this child, showing that she's capable, he or she is capable. You see a film that I have done, a material to portray and show the contact and the movements this child has to do. So I created dolls from hard cardboard for them to move the arms, and mock-ups with all the athletics sectors. And also I brought one here that I created last week, this blind girl that she was, there's the film, she's jumping. I explained her how to jump from the floor to the mattress, and it's simple. I create with cardboard, isofoam, sticks, and this is a height jump. And for this better, for her better understanding, I created this, which I place here in front, showing her that there's a elastic bed and she has to jump and go here. So what's the purpose of this work with her? Develop motor coordination, but the main thing is to develop trust, courage for jump and play. And also, we have managed to be very successful with this child. And here I develop one which is my passion, in fact, after the tracks, which is a mock-up where I have a track. Can you see it? Yes. With the wheelchair, the tracks. And then what I do to show this child, not only for her, but the other children also, this method I'm developing because I cannot see. I've learned with the teachers, like touching, feeling, and I convey this for these children within the project. Not only the visual, but for them to feel, touching, getting, holding the doll and understanding the movement they have to do. And with this, we develop further. In addition to show the sports, we teach these children respect, their capability of being together, learning jointly with and without disabilities. Last week I did also some experiences in the project I do with children blindfolded. Last week, Ania, who's here with us, by the way, with the wheelchairs from her project, and I saw on Tabata show these are the chairs. So I'm going after Ania, and I didn't even have to ask her. These wheelchairs will stay here. She said yes. Do you want to use them? I said yes. So I got the chairs, and we carried out an activity with the children playing with the uh, wheelchairs on the tracks and showing them. Before taking them to the chairs, we did a round and we held hands. And when you have, we did a merry-go-round, you see what you have to do with, you have to do. Many said we have to get and bring the child close to us and play with this child. Very well, that's this what you have to do. And within the project, we are working on this union. I know we cannot change the world, but if we change the mindset of one child, they will unfold this and take forward. And according to our project and methodology, we have in competitions amongst us, and we do with the children from the institute. This year we had 4 festivals. The last one was September the 7th. December, I'm sorry. The next one, the last one is next month on the 7th. The first one were the 4 seasons of the year: spring, winter, autumn, spring, summer. So the 4 seasons of the year, the last one now. So these in these competitions, is children from all times tables from Monday and for Thursday and Thursday. So we join all children also. Monday and Wednesday, Thursday and Tuesday. So within the competition, we do turns in turns, the championship showing their parents. Also, we have parents also with impairments, with or without impairments, in fact. So we push them to say sometimes it happens something during class. The child has this limitation. So always make use of this event so we convey this to the parents. And it has worked out very well. I'm very happy with the project and happy to know that all my history I became this benchmark, and I want to have a project that's a benchmark also. I always say the equal. Everybody does it, but to be the difference or what makes a difference, it's for few. So I'm wrapping up my talk, and I hope I managed to convey a message to you all regarding this passion I have for athleticism and the joy of being here representing also those with impairments, women, black women, and very happy to to have been the athlete I was in the past, and my representativeness, my social networks at Instituto Adri Santos, which is the institute, and also my Instagram, Adria Santos Athlete. Is if you want to follow me us in our social network, we are always posting new things there. Thank you, Adria. Round of applause.
We're gonna ask Adra to sit in the middle. Now we're gonna open for questions. So the floor is open for questions from the audience. We heard from a hospital experience, a wonderful experience from a municipality, and we heard it from an athlete who now who is a reference for parasport and girls who want to practice sport. Any questions? Please don't all ask at once. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Cristiane Una. I'm a professor at the State University on Southeast Bahia. I work with inclusive physical education, and I also have an extension program with adapted sport. First of all, I have to say that it was an honor to listen to Adria talking about her project. Congratulations on your career transition. From what we saw, it was really, really interesting. But I have a question to Fred from Sabama who've been asking question. But when you receive professors or teachers to work with adapted sport, are they selected because they have experience being coaches, or do you have a training program to prepare them? Because like you said, there's a great deal of diversity of sports. So I was wondering how that process would be. Do you have the expertise? How do you hire once you have the athletes, or do you hire the professors before you have the athletes to create or foster the sport? Thank you for your question. Well, we in the SARA network, we receive funds from the federal government. So we are an association, and we have a recruitment process. There's a test, and then they select. And that happens for all job openings that require college degree. There's a written test and an interview currently. Like I said in my presentation, physical education and this area of work inside the hospital is quite new. We have been growing inside hospitals very recently. So after this process, they go through a 6-month period, and in the end, they might not be hired. So we're talking about very difficult 6 months, because inside our university training, we celebrate every time we can have a good lecture on adapted sport. And sometimes these conversations are very superficial, depending on their semester. Perhaps they're not mature enough, or sometimes there's no practical use to that information. So they go to one of those big sectors, bone marrow lesions and others. So the training is specific for each sector, because that's a world on its own, studying neurological diseases, childhood, orthopedics. So then they start working on that specific area, and during the training process, there are some parasports that many times can be better fit to program. For example, for spinal injury, there are a number of parasports that are eligible. For orthopedics, perhaps table tennis or badminton are better sports. So then they start learning about the sports during the process. But we needed to bring external training. We organize meetings between instructors. We take courses at CPB. I took a course with Rose together with Rodrigo. That's when she started confusing our names, but other instructors as well. But there is a 6 month training period that are that lead to an evaluation that in the end might lead the person to be hired or not. It's almost like a graduate course. It's very tough. Thank you. I think we have one more question. Hi, I'm Professor Vinicius Denardin from the State University of Roraima. I'm coordinator of the Paralympic Reference Center. It's an honor to be watching this panel. It's a lesson for any PE professional. Congratulations, Fred and Rodrigo, or Rodrigo Fred. I think the Sarah hospitals, the whole of Brazil actually, understand the need and the importance of SARA. In Roraima, we have students that are sent to you in the south of Brazil, and your work is truly outstanding. I wish we could have one of your hospitals in every state so we can further expand the work. And the data that you show is a testimony of that. We are big fans. Congratulations on your work. Rose, what can you say about Rose? She's the main track and field coach in Brazil. Who here has never taken a course with Rose? Everyone from Sarah. So Rosa, together with Aninha, you transform lives in the city of Joinville. Congratulations for your work. I'm a huge fan. And I'm not embarrassed to say this. I'm passionate about the work that you do. I truly admire and I'm inspired by what you do. I hope to become close to you one day. Adria Santos is perhaps the first biggest idol in national Paralympic sports. She was an inspiration to many athletes. They started their careers because of her. We read this in PhD dissertations, scientific papers, but definitely this is something that's true in our hearts. And my question is actually to you, Adria. The feeling of once again competing in college Paralympics, was it the same feeling of going to a Paralympic Games or was it different? Congratulations on your story and your journey. We're fans. And of course, congratulations to Professor Vania for moderating the discussion. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for all the love. Competing again was amazing because it was a moment for me to stop. I gained a lot of weight. I was above my ideal weight at the time. And going back to the tracks, the initial goal was to lose weight. So I started running 5. My husband started motivating, let's run on the street. So I started running 5K. And after that, I got into college. And I said, okay, I'm in college, so I can compete. And again, I did that to keep going, to keep motivated. So then I said, okay, I'm going to practice. I'm going to actually practice. So I changed sports, but I also ran, I think was 1,500 meters. And I resumed training. I started losing some weight, and it was wonderful. It was not the same thrill that I felt when I was in the top of my game, but it was incredible because I felt really happy to step on the podium, to improve my time during the races. And again, I tried a different sport. I was able to launch at 16.65 and I won. So it was great. It was a really, really a special moment. Thank you. Any other questions? Good afternoon. My name is Maurice Clay. I'm a PE teacher. And my question is to Rosa Claire. First of all, congratulations on your talk and for creating the slides. I come from a city called São José dos Pinhais in São Paulo, but I agree with you. I think the step by step is difficult to include para sports inside the sport department. So you talked about the 15-year journey in Paralympics and para sport. How was that process? Because I'm also a manager, and my dream is to copy this model. Was there like a milestone? You didn't have it, and then you had it. What was the first step that you took? Well, okay. So in my city, we had para sport with a couple of athletes that actually went to the 88 Paralympics. But between 88 and 2000, there was a big gap. And we didn't have true participation of our athletes. Adria came to our state after Atlanta, if I'm not mistaken. I think you arrived in the late 1990s, beginning of the 2000s. But what actually allowed us to start strengthening parasport in our city were the institutions that already existed in the city and the arrival of new institutions as well. So, in 2002, we had the beginning of an NGO called CEP, and they promoted a big change in sport. This NGO was created to work exclusively for people with physical disability, from grassroots to high performance. And in 2002, that was unimaginable. It was a unique initiative. It was actually one of the first initiatives in Brazil. And that's when we started to see the strengthening of all the institutions we already had. For example, we had an association for the visually impaired in the city. They were quite strong. And we started to see them gaining more relevance. Of course, up until 2008, they were all working in isolation, trying to get somewhere by themselves. But in isolation, they couldn't really do it. So when we slowly started to include parasport in the old sport foundation in the city, we started to gain more visibility with public authorities. It was a slow movement. It was not that easy because, like I said, it took us 10, 11 years so we can truly be officially part of the sports department. We have a specific area with a specific budget, and we needed to make public managers and authorities understand the importance. And of course, we needed the political will for that as well. Do you have any more questions? I'll speak on behalf of Professor Manso. He's a PE teacher from Chile, and he wants to share a message with Adria. He says, "What an honor. Would you allow to share the experience that you have with the world? The materials you created will help a lot of people. As a college professor, it's important to tell my students to use these materials in their future work with blind children. Congratulations." Thank you so much. And of course, I started developing these materials, and they sort of grew on me. I started imagining and started creating new materials. So as soon as I do the activity, I start thinking, how can I make them feel this better? And I develop them depending on the need, and it makes a huge difference in the lives of blind children because I'm very tactile. I love the theory, but it's much easier for me to understand when I can feel them and touch them. So of course you can use them, and I'm sure it can make a difference in their lives as well. Thank you, Adria. Adria, once again, from Brazil to the world. Never ends. Any more questions? I have a question, actually, for us to think about together before we wrap this up. We described different scenarios. We saw the hospital perspective with the rehabilitation. We also heard the perspective from a city department, and we heard from an NGO that Adria founded. I don't know if it's just my impression coming from the Ministry of Sports, but it seems like there's very little dialogue between institutions here. And I'm talking about referrals and counter referrals. Healthcare usually uses this model. So I have a patient, I'll refer it from this hospital to an outpatient clinic. When they get sick, they go to that hospital. So, how can we create the connections between all the institutions, an NGO, a city department, and a hospital network or any rehabilitation network? How can we have those referrals? Because eventually they need to leave the rehabilitation center. Where should we refer these individuals? The same things in the same thing happens in school. If you identify potential in a specific child, where can we refer them to? And Adria, what do you think about that? Perhaps we can spend a couple of minutes talking about this. Rosie is ready to talk about this. She has a lot of ideas, but please feel free to contribute. Well, what we do in Joinville today in the city, when we identify this child because of the NGO or a parent talks to us, they always do that through the department. So in our city, that usually happens through the city department. And when they have the right characteristics for the parasport, still parasport, not Paralympic sports, they are referred to one of the institutions, to a visually impaired institution, cognitively impaired institution. So they are referred, and we, as sports department, we refer them to a specific sport for them to be, for if they have a more severe disability like severe cerebral palsy. If they have the right eligibility, they go to boccia. We have Petra as well. They start to focus on these athletes with more severe disabilities, but they are all referred. And today, the biggest gap that we face is when we have children that are not eligible for the sport, and this is actually our next goal, our next step as the government, to at least provide them like weekly physical activities for those children as well. So that's what we are working on. Adria, for example, on her NGO, she doesn't have as a focus turning those children into elite athletes, but she can refer children to other institutions that do that. I think that's the way to go, but I believe we still have a long way to go.
Well, it's a golden question because those from Sarah's physical education, they face the same difficulties because what happened when we think about big capitals a bit as it's sometimes a bit easier sometimes, but there's the training centers, Paralympic centers that we can refer, but many times this information regarding locals there it does not flow that well. There's no centralizing point holding all the information, a website to say where you can map it. And we care for patients from small cities with lacking structures or no structure at all in Brazil. We have a continental size country with different characteristics and financial distribution is different budgets for these spaces. Therefore, public policies different, transportation different, everything exercises influence. So it's a very rural city where patients can have to take a boat to be cared for in Macapá, northbound of Brazil. So we guide, but we know the continuity will be difficult for. This is truly an exercise, so we try to motivate patients when they have a level of structure to go after one of the city halls or set up of some sort, or there's some type of organization that new motivating patients, but patients lack something that centralizes the information and where you can reach information either way, where you can sit beside the patient, student, future athlete, saying in this space you have the possibility. This is so difficult because many times the space is not accredited, not record. Therefore, perhaps I think this would be one of the ways. Adria, your contribution, please. Well, at the institute, we already refer some children. Three went to triathlon. There's one that just competed in association in Joinville with children with no disabilities, and she was one of the finalists. So we have an initiation, but I dream to come true yet, which is working. At least it can be a small group, but with high performance. The difficulty noticed today is to find individuals capable to work with disabilities. This is a concern because we have a huge percentage looking for it, and currently at the institute I have visual children within spectrum 1, 2, 3 grade autists, and there are those children with no disabilities. So I notice it's very difficult for us to find professionals and to have this, because we must have a professional that we can truly trust to let this child with this professional and know to say this child will go to sports. No, it does not have the profile to become an athlete, but what can we do for this child so it can develop its capabilities and skills that are out of sports? So I still have a dream that's not real, has not yet come true, which is work beyond sport, but also working this side of motivating people to do something for these children. I'm happy that the English that I have is or are shared with others also. And then I also meet this, Adria. We are feeling this in the impact of the programs that the Secretariat has implemented, which is training. Training is a huge bottleneck. And then we have a gap. Where do we refer these individuals, such as in Amapá? I'm from Amapá, so I was fortunate to know Amapá, and reality is different from Brasília, Joinville, when we go to different landscapes or scenarios of our country. So you do a training with a multidisciplinary team. You place the person and return them to their municipalities, but when they arrive there, this person cannot get the same access for many other conditions, including physical activity and sports. So not all will become an athlete, and it's okay, but we must make this pyramid where I have athletes that are high performance athletes. They are excellence athletes, but when I go back and look the base, those with disabilities in our country, they don't do regularly physical activity. Then they put on weight, and with this, you have all the compromising of comorbidities, high pressure, diabetes, heart diseases, and mortality and survival reduces. It affects on a general the health of this person. It has to culture that at least once a week there are studies, evidence in this. Even physical activities on the weekend has the same impact when done during the week. So bring this to those with disabilities. More running on the streets. Although I'm not going to join anyone that Adria is present, I will have to look this, but it gives you, you're doing it for a better life. But this is having this culture that road running, it happens throughout the country, but how many with deficiency, we with disabilities, I'm sorry, are participating on the street running? So to have this space for all, including those with disabilities, in, and to do this running on the street. I think the professor from Chile raised his hand again. Does he want to speak or share his thoughts? The question is to Adria, how it was when you joined the university. There were some limitations imposed in Chile. He faced this and he suffered with this with physical education undergraduate. How it was when you joined the university? It was difficult, yes, quite difficult. I always had to hammer the same spot, asking material written. And there was a moment at the university they placed someone to be on my side in order that this person could describe the slides, PowerPoints, and after class, the professor would send me the material. That's how I studied. But there's reached a moment that I thought about giving up. But as a Brazilian people, we never give up. As one, I had this dream and remained there and I looked for individuals, people to help me. My husband helped me a lot also. And images, when the professor did not send, he would help me, the base helped me. That was how I graduated. But practical classes, I always wanted to do all because practically doing the practical side of things is when I learn to understand things. So I was always there hammering the same point. I want to do it. Yes, it's okay like this. No, sort of. So, no, I want to do understand the movement. And then I showed my professors that I had the capacity to learn and teaching also them how they could convey this to me, how I could understand the movement, and they reached the moment that I was in awe. I went to the courts, basket, and the students were participated. There was a time the volleyball, the throw, it was always the first, and I could go to the other side. So I showed both the teachers and my peers, colleagues, that the limit it's in one's mind. You can adapt something here, there, but does not prevent us from learning. Thank you, Adria. Now our time is over. People are informing me that time is over, so you have wrap up. So that we have two more questions. Could you pose it directly? Fred, Rosie, pleasure to know you, and Eddie also showing us the mock-ups throughout the world. The professor will take some pictures, and everybody that's here with us, and even which is freezing up here, but we will end close now. Thank you very much for being with us.
Can you guys hear me?
Can you hear me? Well, guys, now we will go straight forward to the next section. I ask you to please remain on your seats. So we are on time. We cannot do the break, so we are taking the pictures and then we will start the next module. So, resuming, now shared some message before the next round table. If the one of the authors of the work selected, please introduce yourself on the side table that we will organize the presentations later on. 2 minutes, then we will introduce our team. The project for more accessible sports, Prof. Ciro Winkler of Unifesp Santos, with the support of Ministry of Sports, and introduce your team this year for the project. Please join me on stage, the team for this project. Ana, Natalie, Leonardo, Gustavo. The names are being said. They are going to join her on the stage. Ciro. Andressa, please join me on stage. Clélia também. I think you too tall to be close to me. Elisângela. Ruth. Well, during this year, we developed the book chapters repository and different materials that will be handed out, complementing with the second congress. We are handing out of some categories and a bit of stress. And I would like to thank the team. We have the post-graduation and graduated students, quite a lot after being graduated. Ciro, would you like to say something? I don't know what she said, I cannot hear her, but I thank all those that participated during this year, followed up, accessed the material has used during the post-graduation and graduation courses, done a practical part with those with disability and those with autism. And let's make use of the last 1.5 hour we have of this Congress, so thank you very much. And Elke will introduce the next roundtable, and Miss Murphys now will leave the stage. Thank you. So, the next roundtable will be made up by Professor Dr. Vinicius Denardim. Professor? Where's the professor? He was here with us not long ago. Anderson Santana Jr., professor also. And Kailane, athlete, Kailane Jimenez, Special Olympics. As moderator of this roundtable, Professor Dr. Rodrigo Rodrigues. So, following our agenda and our congress, we have the round table of teaching and pedagogical tracks of the Para sports, we have our guests already introduced by Elke. We will follow the following order, starting with Professor Dr. Vernicio Denardim, then Professor Anderson, and finally the athlete Kaeliane. Just for your knowledge, how we will organize this roundtable. Now, regarding the questions, we will hear, listen, three presentations being delivered, and by the end of it, we will open the space for Q&A, okay? Now I pass the floor now to Professor Dr. Vinícius Denardi. He works at the State University of Roraima. Professor, please take the floor. Thank you. Well, so good afternoon. Can you all hear me? I'm a white man, 175 height, dark hair. My shirt is dark blue, beige slacks, and I have a stripe of white hair in my hair. And therefore, good afternoon. My name I'm Vinícius Denardim Cardoso, professor of the State University of Roraima and professor doctor coordinator of the Paralympic Benchmark Center there. And first, I would like to thank Professor Ciro for the invitation, and I would say that the Brazilian Congress of Para the Sport Pedagogy more and more is consolidating as one of the huge benchmark for para sports in Brazil. Congratulations, Professor Ciro, and the Congress team here with us for conducting this Congress. With this, let's talk a bit. When Ciro invited me, I said, exactly what you want me to approach during my talk. Ciro said, feel free to choose whatever you're developing back there in Roraima state, your actions, your accomplishments there in Roraima state. Well, and then Ciro asked me to talk a bit about the reality that we are experiencing recently in Roraima state, which is the immigration by people from Venezuela, refugees from Venezuela in Parasport. So to open our talk and introduce you within the context, I would like to introduce well, in put you within our context, Roraima is the extreme northbound of our country. It's the bordering Venezuela and Guyana. And Roraima, in the last census made in 2010, we had 450,000 inhabitants. Then we will understand why we are sharing this data of the census of 2010, and it was not the last one. And we have since then experienced well. So recently, Venezuela has faced a strong crisis. Let's move. We have faced a strong crisis, political crisis and economic crisis since 2013, after the current Nicolás Maduro, the president in office. The people there, we have faced many protests by reason of the economic crisis. And this crisis resulted that many Venezuelans, left the country since 2013. And this migration flow we have noticed throughout the process, not only on Roraima state, but throughout Brazil. I'm absolutely sure that many of you have faced Venezuela citizens in all places of Brazil, increasing more, deemed as UN the biggest migratory flow of refugees in South America. These are very high numbers. I'm facing difficulties with the slide. technique. According to UN last data, 4.5 million immigrants left Venezuela, and Brazil is one of the main entrance doors, and especially Roraima because it's bordering the country is the main path these citizens from Venezuela take. But there are situations of Colombia, Peru, Argentina, South America as a whole. So these figures are amazing, portraying the first picture, portraying what is the path these citizens face to reach Roraima, Boa Vista, the capital, and how they are received by shelters. These pictures are impressive to imagine any citizen has to face. This is started in 2014, where we started this process of immigration of the citizens from Venezuela towards Brazil, inbound to Brazil. In 2015, Venezuela started the first initiatives to embrace this population. Roraima yet did not know what was yet to come, the amount of citizens inbound towards our state. And here some actions sporadic by pastoral churches or Brazil's army receiving these citizens from Venezuela in our state. In 2016, we see a higher inflow. Data of OBMigra, which the Immigration Observatory, indicate that up to 2016, more than 250,000 Venezuela citizens entered Brazil. As an idea, in 2020, the political situation in Venezuela was going through. The hyperinflation was 2 million %. So we cannot even think this dimension of this figure. Today in Brazil is 4.5%, and we notice, imagine the impact on food and everything on a daily basis. So the first picture is showing how much this inflation is having for that country. We have here almost a bag of money to buy one poultry, which is basic food for people, and this is the fact. So you see how much see the dimension of the valuation of that currency. In 2022, Venezuela starts to notice the impact. Many impacts say it's a cause, migratory cause, because we see the effect on Boa Vista General Hospital in Roraima, which is one that normally anyone would arrive and was scared easily and fast with no issues. Now it's recording an additional 650% of medical care. So this is a true chaos. It's a very serious situation. In 2015, 2023, we have 35,000 enrollment of students in public government school. This is a very big number. We have never seen it before. And now during this year, since 2014, that was when the OBMigra started to record the inflow. More than 1,600,000 citizens from Venezuela entered Brazil, and out of this figure, 55% remain in Brazil. So see the size of the crisis in Venezuela impacted Brazil, but not only Venezuela, but Brazil included, especially the state of Roraima, which is bordering Venezuela. There are those from the Amazon. The Amazon also was one of those cities mostly impacted by this migration. So
in 2019, going back in time a little bit, the National Committee for Refugees, or CONARE, acknowledges that Venezuela is a country with a severe violation of human rights. So from that point on, request for refugee in Brazil is more easily accepted. So you no longer need to prove that you are escaping a country due to political persecution, ideological persecution, or any other situation. So anyone from Venezuela arriving at the Brazilian border, requesting refugee, they should be immediately allowed to enter the country. And we see the impact of this change in the chart. Today, in 2023, we have around almost 72,200 requests for temporary refugee in Brazil coming from Venezuelans. An exponential increase. It's very clear to see that this has been a significant growth. This is a picture of one of the shelters. I don't know if you know what they look like. This is the shelter that initially welcomes Venezuelans when there's an opening. We have 7 camps and they're all full. Basically, we have a tent, and inside the tent you can accommodate 6 people who stayed there waiting for an opportunity until Venezuela, they can actually return to Venezuela, or until they find an opportunity in Brazil. Just to give you an idea, this is, well, back in 2016 when we started developing these camps, we only had the first camp. Today we have 3 camps called Rondon. We have specific camps for people with disabilities, for native people, and other shelters in order to accommodate all the Venezuelans. Just to give you an idea on the dimension of this camp. And again, Boa Vista is a city that has an average temperature of 32 Celsius, 34, 35 Celsius. So all these shelters and tents are constantly under direct sunlight. Data from the 7 shelters we have, they are fully crowded. Everyone arriving in the state of Roraima, they request a place in a shelter, but they're full, so eventually they become homeless. In a short time, we notice in the state of Roraima, a number of homeless people that we didn't have before. The Pricumã shelter with the second bar from the left is the one that houses people with disabilities. It's a specific shelter for the elderly, people with disabilities, women with children, and elderly families. So they only accommodate this group of people due to their vulnerability and because of their needs. The latest data that we have from this shelter show us that we had 56 people with disabilities in the shelter. So considering everyone who's escaping Venezuela, we also have people with disability coming to Brazil. And this data vary constantly. Later, we will understand why these changes happen. In 2022, inside our university, we had our extension program with a focus on physical activity and sport activities for people with disabilities that I coordinate. And we had a partnership with the Brazilian Paralympic Committee to develop a reference center. And in 2022, we created a partnership with the Ministry of Citizenship, the Para Sport Department, and the Paralympic Center. We created a partnership so those Venezuelans with disabilities could come to the reference center to practice the different sports we developed there. So this partnership involved many institutions that are conducting their activities inside the shelters, like the ones you see here, UNICEF, ACNUR, or UNHCR, and a federal program that is managed by the Brazilian Army in partnership with the Ministry of Citizenship. And the consequences or the impact was very positive from the beginning. We started to include many Venezuelans with disabilities in our practices. Here we see track and field. This was actually their first time doing track and field. We would offer them transportation from the shelters to the center, and of course, we would bring them back. An activity that is carried out until today. We also had students playing wheelchair basketball. Again, wheelchair basketball. They really love this sport. There's a bus to take them to the court, and the whole family goes together, wives and kids. It's truly a celebration when they get to do this. And it's a very good integration with our Brazilian athletes and students. So it has been a very positive experience for everyone. We also have a lot of visually impaired students, and they are training goalball. I think we have 16 people practicing goalball, and out of the 16, 9 of them come from the shelters. So that was essential to include them in these activities. And of course, over time, we realized that there was a need to include Venezuelans and Brazilian participants in competitions. So we notice how important it is to encourage them to attend these competitions. And this was a great moment. We were able to do an exchange program or exchange with the Venezuelan cities that actually stayed in Venezuela. This is a Venezuelan team. They stayed in the country, and we brought them to train together with our students. So they organized everything. We just provided them with the financial support to make this a reality. But it was clear how important this moment was for them to see their friends and some family members. And maybe these students can also come work with us in the future. We also started including these students in competitions organized by the Brazilian Paralympic Committee. In 2022, we started that process. We have students in the school Paralympic Games. We have 2 more students from Venezuela that are in our projects in school age with good indexes, good times, and with the possibility to maybe participate in the refugee team in the future. We had students attending the school camping, which happens right next door, for students that stand out in their school Paralympics. So we're seeing the positive results. The Paralympic school meeting, our students are also participating there. This competition took place in our city, Boa Vista, but we also took them to different cities like in Manaus. The student that you see in the picture throwing the disc is a Venezuelan Paralympic athlete. He has actually gone through 3 Paralympic Games representing Venezuela. Currently, he's a refugee in Brazil, and he's training with us. And we're trying to develop his skills so he can stay in these competitions. Of course, these positive results gained a lot of positive visibility. We know that the media would be paying attention to these programs. Here we see headlines from the federal government websites, from Red Cross, from the Paralympic Committee in Brazil, highlighting the importance of this work so refugees feel included in Brazil. So we know about that, and we know about the responsibility attached to these repercussions of keeping this work and actually expanding the work to more students. Now, some benefits or the main benefits that we realized were present from the process, and why they matter, and how much they contribute to people with disabilities from Venezuela. Here we have sociability, health, and autonomy as the main benefits identified from these practices. In 2018, when we already had a high migration flow, one of our university students went to schools to understand how much that migration process influenced the education in state schools. And he identified that that migration flow created or presented students with a new reality, so they feel included in their new country. Initially, that was a big challenge for the PE teachers because of the language barrier. We believe we know how to speak Spanish, but we really don't. They speak quite fast. It is a big challenge for teachers to talk to them in Spanish. So we actually went to schools to realize that. And over time, these students improved their social skills and their sociability. And that's what we notice in our classes. We feel this sense of belonging and how much our students feel like they're part of our reference center and part of the projects that we do, the Paralympic Festival and the different competitions that we attend. Strengthening friendship bonds. In the beginning, it was not easy. I cannot say it was. It was not easy to welcome citizens from a different country and include them in our cities, in our states, in our practices. There was a very strong barrier that people had to welcome because the flow was so high. But over time, we realized that friendships grew stronger. Now they help each other out. When Venezuelans arrive on a bus, they help them get a sports wheelchair. So, again, these bonds are only becoming stronger. And of course, we notice the improvement in their health. And we know how much sport is important for the rehabilitation of someone with disability. In my opinion, it is one of the main tools to rehab people with disabilities. Physically, emotionally, psychologically, that's what sport does. And of course, we have an improvement in their physical skills and the impact on their health. And also, autonomy. We see that in our students attending our activities, how much that is encouraging them to build their trust, their autonomy, and their level of independence. We notice that during activities, they don't need so many instructions, they don't need that much support. They have more independence in their daily activities. Actually, when the bus arrives in the gym, they can transfer themselves to the sports wheelchair. They can put away their manual wheelchair. So we are really noticing an improvement in those activities. And that is important because this is a very positive result for us, which is the integration. When a refugee arrives in Brazil, they get in line to be integrated in the country. And what does that mean? Pretty much it means that those individuals will be sent to a region in Brazil to where they can find better living conditions. So there are different types of integration when an institution is willing to welcome them, when they are reuniting with their family, or when there's a job opening. And of course, we have people with disabilities in this group. So from 2014 to 2024, we had 593 people with disabilities participating in this process over the years. From February 2023 to September 2024, the period when we developed all these activities with them, 38 people with disabilities were integrated in Brazil. Out of the 38 people, 6 attended our programs. And the best thing, of course, I'm always sad when I lose one of my students, but at the same time, we feel happy because we know that now they have a better opportunity to get a better life. But the best thing is that the 6 students with disabilities that were integrated, it was requested to give a health report on their evolution in sport, in their autonomy, and the evolution in their daily life skills. That was not going to limit their integration process, but it was extra information that allowed the company, for example, that would be hiring them to understand that they were able to go through that process. So our work was being seen and making a big difference in the lives of these people with disabilities. And now a quick video describing the work that we have been doing. It's really short, and then we carry on after that. I don't know if the video is working.
Você? Pedir pro pessoal colocar, por favor, o vídeo.
Can you guys please play the video?
Em 2019 a gente percebeu a necessidade de ampliar as ações esportivas para pessoas com deficiência no nosso estado. E a Universidade Estadual de Roraima, em parceria com o Pedagogy brasileiro, propuseram a criação do centro de referência aqui no nosso estado e, desde então, nós temos desenvolvido 5 modalidades esportivas para pessoas com deficiência física, visual, intelectual em Roraima.
Em questão ao esporte, acredito que isso aumentou bastante minha autoestima. A questão da confiança também, né? Que antes eu ficava meio desconfortável em certas situações e agora não. E agora eu vejo que tem muitas outras pessoas ao meu redor que também fazem aquele esporte, que a gente pode ser algo mais do que só uma deficiência, né? Porque nós não somos uma deficiência, nós temos uma.
Gracias a Dios llegamos aquí a Brasil y gracias a Brasil nos ha dado ese apoyo que nosotros por lo menos nos tomen en cuenta, que tenemos talento.
Roraima vive uma situação de imigração um pouco delicada, né?
Boa Vista é o principal destino dos venezuelanos. Na capital, 381 migrantes estão em situação de rua. No posto de apoio estão mais 900 pessoas.
Tem vindo também pessoas com deficiência, venezuelanos imigrantes com deficiência, né? Em 2021, nós fizemos uma parceria com a Operação Acolhida com o intermédio do Comitê Paralímpico Brasileiro e do Ministério da Cidadania, para que esses alunos com deficiência pudessem vir ao centro de referência e pudessem treinar nas modalidades que a gente disponibilizava. Eles fizeram um teste na natação, no atletismo e todos gostaram do basquete de cadeira de rodas.
Y yo me siento bien jugando, me siento bien, es outro mundo.
Hoje nós temos em torno de 108 alunos, também temos 5 professores de educação física, 4 deles são contratados pelo Comitê Paralímpico Brasileiro e 1 pela Universidade Estadual de Roraima. E também temos 6 acadêmicos remunerados pela instituição, para que a gente possa ampliar a formação acadêmica desses alunos e qualificar o máximo de professores possíveis em nosso estado.
Foi o primeiro festival paralímpico que eu participei. Eu me apaixonei assim de fato, né, pela inclusão, né, das pessoas com deficiência, juntamente com as pessoas que não têm. Me apaixonei pelo esporte paralímpico e quis prosseguir, né, adiante.
Nos hace crecer cada día más. Como mentalmente, como fisicamente também.
De suma importância, né? Porque, principalmente pelo fato de ser um pouco mais afastado e muitas vezes não é muito visado por outras instituições, né? Isso mostra que a gente está sendo visto, né? As pessoas daqui se envolvem porque elas gostam de estar envolvida com o Centro Paralímpico. A gente vê que transforma realmente as vidas das pessoas e muda totalmente o rumo de algumas pessoas, né?
Que se animem, porque a vida continua. No es que se nos cortó la vida, no. Más bien tenemos más para sobrevivir más adelante, porque sí podemos.
Fechou? É isso que a gente vem desenvolvendo em Roraima. Espero que tenha
This is
gostado.
what we are
E para
developing,
finalizar, obviamente, eu não
Roraima. I
poderia
hope you
deixar
have
de fazer uma
enjoyed. Just
grande
to wrap
homenagem ao
up,
nosso querido Paulinho,
homenagem
que
to
nos deixou
our
recentemente.
dear Paulo, who left us
Tenho
recently
certeza,
in
professor, que o seu
memoriam.
legado vai ser sempre lembrado por todos
Sure
nós.
his
Uma salva de
legacy
palmas para o
will
professor,
be
não para...
recalled by us. So a round of applause for Paulo Sérgio, Professor Paulo Sérgio.
Obrigado, professor Vinícius. Pode sentar
Thank
aqui,
you, Professor
professor.
Vinícius.
Pode
Please
sentar
sit
aqui.
here.
Obrigado.
Thank
Obrigado
you.
pela
Thank you
apresentação.
for your
A gente nessa
presentation
mesa aí de
in
trilhas
this table
pedagógicas,
of pedagogical tracks.
acho que tem percebido,
We have
se você quiser
noticed,
colocar o
and if you
fone,
want to please put
esperar o
your
professor
headset.
só colocar ali.
So let's just give him a minute to
Bom,
put his
parabéns.
headset. So congratulations.
Tá apertado. Beleza. Parabéns pela apresentação, professor.
Congratulations for the
Falar de
presentation.
trilha pedagógica,
Now
entender uma
talking about
realidade
pedagogical
de
practices
refugiado,
and
né? Eu acho que é
understanding the
uma
reality of
capacidade de
refugees.
sensibilidade do
It's a
trabalho do professor
capability of
Vinícius,
being
então acho que deixou a gente bastante aguçado
to
para as
the
nossas
work.
perguntas.
And
Vamos
now
guardar
we
então
are
as próximas
dying
apresentações.
to pose our
Eu vou chamar
questions.
então
Now let's
agora para
wait
esse
for the next
momento
presentation. Now I
o
invite
professor Anderson
Professor
Santana Júnior.
Anderson
Ele é
Santana
graduado em
Júnior,
Educação Física pela
graduated in
Universidade
Physical Education
de
by the
Tuiuti, do
University of
Paraná, com
Tuiuti,
especialização
with
em Educação
specialization
Física
in
adaptada e
physical
para
education
desporto, experiência e treinamento de
adapted
futsal, de
para
vôlei,
sport,
de futebol de
futsal,
sete, de basquete
vôlei,
e além de avaliação
basketball
física.
and physical
Então ele tem também
assessment. So
conhecimento
he also
em
has
relação a
knowledge
Libras
regarding
e gestura.
the
Então vou deixar a
gesture
palavra com o
language.
professor.
So,
A palavra está com
professor, you
você.
take the floor.
Esse microfone. E também. Obrigado.
Thank you.
Então, boa tarde a todos.
So, good afternoon.
Dá para escutar em bom tom a voz?
So you
Então
can-
tá bom.
Are
Mais
we on
perto?
the
Tá bom.
same page?
Obrigado.
Yes.
Primeiramente, queria pedir
Well,
desculpa
first,
aos
I
meus colegas
apologize
surdos
my
por
deaf
optar por oralizar, porque eu sou
peers,
surdo bilíngue
because
também,
I'm
faço a língua de
also
sinais, mas por questões de
deaf,
segurança,
but due to
pela questão de
safety and
dominar o assunto, eu
also
prefiro
domain of the
oralizar,
subject, I want
mas
to
eles me
speak,
compreendem, eles sabem
but
que eu
they
faço isso
understand
sempre,
that I
então,
do
mas eu gosto de
this
pedir desculpa
always,
porque tem
and
a
I
comunidade surda
apologize
como um todo.
because the for the community of that people
Então,
as
vou
a
falar um
whole.
pouquinho sobre
I will be
o
talking
esporte
a
dos
bit
surdos também, na verdade,
space
é
of
o
that
cenário da
people,
comunidade
the
surda no geral.
landscape of
Tá? Tanto na
that
escola, como
community
também
on
no
a general,
treinamento.
both in
Eu acho que é
school,
importante
training, I
destacar
think
isso
it's
para
important to
vocês,
stress
como
this.
também falar um pouco
And
de
also
mim,
talking
que é uma
about
experiência
myself, my
como surdo atleta também. Eu sou
as an
atleta,
athlete,
além de ser
and
gestor
that,
de esporte,
in addition
então
to
tenho
manage sports,
um caminho muito grande
so
pela
there's a
frente ainda,
huge
porque
path ahead of me,
você
just
tenta
because
defender,
you
você é um atleta, defende os
are
direitos de uma
an
criança e ao mesmo
athlete
tempo
and
administra uma
defends,
entidade para
defends,
que possa
advocate the rights of
funcionar,
a
né?
child, and also work towards
Então,
making
tenho
things
38
work
anos, na verdade, meu
out.
nome é
I'm
Anderson
38
Santana, tá?
years.
Sou conhecido mais
My
pela
name is
comunidade surda
Santana,
como
but by
professor
the deaf
Juju, ou
community
Juju.
I'm known as
É como as
Juju,
pessoas
Professor
me
Juju.
conhecem
Is how
no mundo
they
geral do
know
esporte dos
me on a
surdos.
general in the
Então,
world of the sports and that. I like to say Juju because you will meet someone that's that graduated in physical education, man and that, and it's a way to stand out. Ao professor Juju, the physical education, the death of Juju, so I always adopted this name since university. My name is Anderson, but I'm known as Juju, and I stress I graduated in physical education with a specialization in MBA in sports management, para sport, sign language, and special education. I worked in Paraná State Management and also direct sports and assessor and AAS job, and also CBDS, and 18 years in straight work in this, each time in a place. Sometimes you think it will stop, but there are fantastic projects come to you and you keep on. Well, I will tell you a bit my history. I was deaf. I was born deaf. And my mother found I was deaf when I was 1.6 years old, and she heard a fire brigade passing through me, and she said, no, they made a hoot noise, and I didn't wake up. And she said she was the first one to find out the age and so forth. He's not hearing, so my mother insisted. I traveled to São Paulo, and then in São Paulo, they referred me to a physician in Curitiba, so I did the test, and it was detected that I was deaf since my birth. So I started using the hearing apparatus since 3 years old. And my mother gave up working to be with him, to take me to the speech therapist, teaching me how to speak, working with me. But before this, he went after schools and places to see how that word worked out and so forth. But she didn't have a good experience because the director from a school said you cannot stay here because he's too advanced and too much developed for the other deaf children. So he cannot stay here because he will go backwards. So now what to do? What the path I'm going to take? The inclusion. Because back then, we are talking about 30 years ago, the school didn't want to accept me because as a person with deficiency, they said, and my father said, either you take me or I will file a suit at in the court. So it was not rocket science, and then I was an easygoer child, but I was quite at ease. I talked with always with activities, always there. At school, I didn't have a good experience as a child. Okay, but then as I had the bullying, but as much as you try to show that you're someone that's social and goes with and it's okay with everybody, so but it was a lesson learned because through this I went to sports, was where I found myself. It will, Sports saved me, as I say, because without it, I would perhaps would take a bad path. So sports opened many doors for me. Therefore, I like sports and modalities. When I talk about sports, I'm very proud, and I'm a professor because of sports. And at college, it was excellent. No issues with teachers. They embraced me a lot and incentivate, and they said, student that is an example in a practical sense is under so always inspired to athleticism, to jump, high jump. It's something I always enjoyed, so always do it. The movement, it's training. It's difficult. It's always training. I trained a lot at college, so giving my best. So people, no, so people could never say bad things. So I was the best. There's that community came later for me. I was 18 years when I entered the University of Physical Education. I said, I'm going to learn sign language. It's time I met come to know the different world because I spent a whole life, let's say, I was still, I was not complete. I felt something was missing in me. So then I went to learn sign language, and I met my friend here, Maurice. He introduced me to the deaf community and mute in the sports community. So it's important to emphasize this fact because you meet a different world, and it was important for me. So today I'm here. I traveled throughout the world because of the space of that and whatever he introduced me. And with this model of para sports development. Today, as that we say, no, we don't have this thing. This is it, because we don't have skilled and trained professionals in the deaf world to development in the para sports, which is very important. We are talking about athletes, children that must develop themselves. So therefore, it's important this. But today we don't have it. When Chiro sent me this presentation, I found it so cool because if we could just implement this in that school, it would be so good because later I will talk about the lagging behind that we have in that school because currently I will tell I'm not happy at the deaf school in the physical education area. The other areas I don't have knowledge, but the developers. So finding new athletes, it's very complicated because development is included, and this is not an easy thing. And now talking about the movement issue. So difficulties. We have issues with balance because as we don't hear automatically, we face difficulties to balance ourselves, but not all. Is we take a test, 90% of the deaf don't have problems with balance, and the other 10% is I can close my eyes, stand in one leg, I don't have difficulties, but I have friends who face this. We haven't reached the study in this because why this happens regarding modality? Why? Because Anderson heard or nothing to do with it. So this is still something that's not mature yet. Communication. This is something. Oh, deaf people they face at first a difficulty because family don't communicate with them how they will develop. So lagging behind in starting to speak, but they can talk with signals. Some could not develop, of course, but the more time you take to develop this, more cognitive issues you will face, and it's more difficult. Therefore, there's a strong delay. If you go to the school of death, there's a lot of cognitive lagging behind, and this is very complicated. Vulnerable issues. The vulnerability is a huge issue. A child, when the parents find out the child is dead, what happens? There are those that will embrace the cause and bring the child close and teach them signal language, find out different methods. Everything will be done. And there are those who push the child aside. And then think with me that the child would grow, not develop properly, not only in the social area and communication included, and also and being able also to interact with society. They isolate themselves because they don't hear. Then people think they are not capable because there's an issue in communication. If the family could further embrace it, would help. Now also, very tuned view. This is a stimulated training, so everything is visual for us. So it's something that happens automatically. If we improve this, so think with me. I was very stimulated by my parents. If it was not done so, I would not be able to develop myself regarding being independent and better communicating and to be I could do things alone and so forth. The tune view. So we don't have the sound in our ears, but we see beyond what we're talking. We are 360 degrees, but we, deaf people, we are looking and pay attention so things don't go by. Deaf children, they're always exploring things and very attuned. So also we sometimes look downwards, and so we must be attentive to what teachers are explaining and so forth. We're very tuned on things. There are two universes: the congenital death, which is my case, and acquired death, which we acquire throughout life. And there's a lot of difference in this because when you're born deaf, you have to the stimulus in a child to develop. It always have to be encouraged to develop. And also they do have those who were not congenital, it's natural, they have the hearing memory. The acquired had the previous experience, so if they lose hearing with time, this person up to the 8 years, they could communicate. Now, if you were born deaf, if you're not encouraged up to 8 years, this child will not develop after this. So they talk a bit, it's okay, no. But this delays everything. Think with me that you don't speak up to 8. You have cognitive delay, development is developed. So all the impact all factors. Everybody knows what happened with a deaf child. So congenital has to have a lot of encouraging, and balance depends on the age. If it's older than 10, okay. If the child they have to be encouraged after it lost the hearing. Comparative experience. Let I, as someone compared with a deaf person, on a general, I'm pinpointing some deaf people that faces some difficulties. So I have the very earliest encouraging at school. So my teachers back then at school, they always encouraged me to do sports. At 5, I was in sports. I started doing sports. It was an era I always enjoyed. My family, we had football players in my family, so sports always present. But my teachers were key they never excluded me from the group. They said he cannot hear, but he's always there. Let's invite him. He pays attention. So this is the I was encouraged a lot by my teachers at school. So there was a talent. I developed my mind's doing something. So I did athleticism, 100 meters, 110 with obstacles, played volley and futsal. So, but the professors like me, I always paid attention. I was always attuned on movement and also acquiring language. This is very important, unfortunately, that the child, if it does not encourage, the child will not do its best. And also, if you don't talk, you can. If you don't talk, you can use signal language, and children learn very fast. So when you have parents' death, the child death will develop faster beyond his or her parents because of the language, because it's encouraged with language since the beginning. Automatically the parents might not know how to write and read very well, but the child, it will go beyond development of his or her parents. So it's not possible. I was always with that in my back of my mind. I went after studying regarding language acquisition. If you don't have a good acquisition while in childhood, you don't develop. It's very important to encourage this communication. I don't have. It goes without saying. Communication is very important for deaf or anyone. You have to communicate. But I always stress deaf are there and cannot communicate. I have a very embracing family. They always embrace me. My parents said, "Do this." They wouldn't think twice. Do whatever you want. Sometimes my another deaf would say everything is hard for us and complicated. I try to encourage. It might be difficult, but try. Give your best. Do your best possible, because that if you don't have the family there as a base for all this, you're put aside and then you don't develop. So you have to have your family developing you and encouraging you. So something that I will say, that schools and normal schools, I studied at normal schools throughout my whole life. I didn't attend deaf school. Is there a difference? Unfortunately, there's a difference between both types of schools. Let's assume that the physical education professor that hears do not use sign language and work at the school of deaf and deliver classes for deaf children. They develop the child in one way. Now, the deaf child that attends a normal school where everybody hears except the deaf, and including the professor, who develops better? The child in the normal school. The deaf professor, the deaf school professor know why the difference between both professors, because lacks communication and go do the signal understand. Communication is very important. If you don't communicate, no way. You can have the best deaf school, but if you don't communicate, nothing will be solved. Okay. And sports, as I said, I have an early encouragement. Since 5, I knew what was sports. Deaf that live within the deaf community only, they just know sports later. As I said, they are not encouraged at school by the physical education professor. I'm not speaking bad of these professors, but I'm talking about skills and training. And then the deaf student is there, learns the basic of the basic, and will the deaf learn sports for deaf people at the Association for Deaf People? But probably this person will be 20 years, 18 years, with 40 years. 40 years high performance, because they did not know that there was a special school, so they will only know sports after a certain sport age, and this is bad. We have to do a basis to reach this and reach its most and be a performance athlete. As I said, you have to be encouraged very early. So the sport is there and use, but he's not encouraged in the right way.
What else is extremely important? The PE teacher, they need training. What do you mean by training? I did this course and that course. Brazilian Sign Language, of course you can do just the basic, but I think you can go a step further. I think the basic course is for those of you who are not working with deaf children. But if you're working with children, that's all they want, to be able to communicate, to participate, to engage. Just like you are the same level of communication that you have with non-deaf children, you should have with deaf children. They want to feel that empathy. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's the level of interaction they want. They don't want you to talk to them in simple terms. They want to have a real conversation. You're going to explain the sport. They want to understand the reasons, the little details. But how can I do that? Well, use visual resources. For example, when I'm teaching a deaf child, I use the red card, I use the yellow card if they need to continue, and I use the green card for them to do something else. You need color stimuli, and you can use that using flags. There are many different strategies. Adria Santos, I loved the methodology that she found to explain the sport to students. And we were wondering, okay, we are PE teachers, how can we do something similar? And she proved that we can. I thought it was fantastic. And just like if you're working with deaf children, you can do much more. It's not just about the signals. You can provide greater stimuli. You need that will, and not just give your class and go away. Because for deaf students, they know when the teacher is present or not. And I can speak from experience. I felt when the teacher was present, looking at me. Students are ignored at home and at school. What drive will they have to actually do sports? So it's important to remember that. I have just one more thing to say. I forgot what I was going to say. If I don't remember now, I'll tell you later. Well, in deaf sports, we have a concept for it's a deaf athlete. So it's a high performance athlete. We have trainings, and we have 21 different sports practice in Brazil and in international events. We have the Deaf Olympics that we often talk about. So it took us a long time to get to this concept. In 2018, that's when we defined it. So I was able to do that and define what a deaf athlete is and what this concept encompasses. Just here clarifying how to use it in the plural, and this is what I had for you. Thank you. A round of applause to our professor. I'll be close to you. Congratulations. It was almost like a specialization course for us. Having empathy with different realities. So we started with refugees, then deaf people. I think this is a very inspiring discussion. We're going to open for questions shortly, but before I have to invite Kai. Just a second, I'll quickly introduce you before you take the stage. She has a very interesting CV, so I need some help to remember everything. She's an athlete at Special Olympics. She's studying physical education in the physical education school in Jundiaí. I'll hand the floor to her, and Kai, the floor is yours. I'll take a seat. Hi, can you guys hear me? Hi, everyone. My name is Kailani, and I'll talk a little bit about my sports journey. So, a little bit about myself. My name is Kailani Jimenez da Silva. I have an intellectual disability, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about my sports journey. I've been doing sports since 2009 when I was about 6 or 7. And I started swimming. That was my first competition when I was about 10. I would do cyclism, track and field, among many other things. After that, I started practicing other sports, like track and field and dancing. I loved, and I still love to dance. I have performed for a large number of people dancing, and I love anything related to movement and rhythm. And then accomplishments came. I started winning medals from the different competitions I attended in my life. And I still cannot count how many I've won. Here we see 2 pictures. One with me a little bit younger in my house, in a wall filled with medals. And in the second picture, you see myself in a competition organized by the Brazilian Paralympic Committee. But besides that, I also did triathlon. And I have to confess, I was very afraid of riding a bike. Here's you see me as a student at the sports program and adapted activities in my city. And this year, I participated as a college student. And that was very different, both experience, and it's very energizing to participate. And as I progressed, I got to know more and more people. And that was a big evolution for a little girl who didn't talk to anyone. Ever since I was very young, I have always been very shy. When I started, I wouldn't talk to anyone in my project. I would rarely speak to my teachers. But then over time, I started to become more comfortable. I got to know more people and started to have more friends and experiences that, in my opinion, were very challenging. But I always like to challenge myself. Over the years, I got really better at swimming, and I attended various competitions, the Special Olympics in Brazil and competitions organized by the Brazilian Paralympic Committee. The second picture shows me in the School Paralympic Games representing the state of São Paulo and the city of Jundiaí. And in the second picture, you see me in a Special Olympics event taking place in Brazil. And the same thing happened for track and field. But again, my sport is swimming. And I like to freestyle. This is a picture from the school games for people with disabilities. And the second picture shows a competition, which are the regional games for people with disabilities, physical, intellectual, and visual disabilities, which is an excellent opportunity for everyone to have this opportunity to compete. And over the years, I was invited to represent Brazil in different leadership groups for the Special Olympics, developing, creating, and applying inclusion programs through physical activity for people with and without intellectual disabilities. Here you see pictures of 3 trips that I took. The first one, I went to Abu Dhabi in the Arab Emirates. The second picture, I was in Panama. And in the third picture, was actually from this year, we went to Colombia. First, we had a competition in schools, then a competition with Afghan immigrants or refugees that are not in Jundiaí, but the headquarters of the program is in my city. And recently, the third one was a unified swimming festival from my university and students from the PMA program. Despite all these accomplishments, I still had one dream. I wanted to go to university to study physical education and learn everything from the professors. However, the pandemic hit and I needed to put that dream on hold. And over the years, actually during the pandemic, I was still in high school. And I would be working out and practicing at home with the supervision of my teachers, of course. And I really wanted, and later I was able to start college. And after that, I graduated. But I continued to play my role as an athlete leadership, like what I'm doing now, talking about people with disabilities, whether here or in the work market, or talking about inclusion projects. The picture in the middle shows me with my contract, or actually my enrollment in college. And the other 2 pictures show me in different presentations talking about the projects. And the third picture, it's me giving a presentation on inclusion of people with disabilities in the workforce. But I wouldn't have been able to do all that without the support from my family, teachers, and mentors. They provided me with all the support and encouragement to achieve all these victories. And of course, there was also my desire, my drive, my initiative, but my family, my grandparents, my sister, my cousin, and my grandfather. But in 2020, unfortunately, my grandfather passed away, not to COVID, to a different condition. And here you see my coaches, my professors and teachers, Thais Saito and Denise, and my mentors. Besides Denise, who was my teachers, we also have Mary Angela and Caroline Perez. So that's what I had for you. If you have questions, I'm available. And thank you so much. Thank you, Kai. Thank you so much. Please take a seat. Thank you to Kailiani. Now, we have heard 3 different perspectives. Professor Ciro, since the first edition of this conference, always creates the opportunities of including an athlete. So it's always very enriching to get to know their stories. So you can start thinking about your questions. And I would like to open the floor to questions. Do we have a microphone? Yes, we do have a microphone. So let's start with the questions. Hello, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me? Yes, we can hear you fine, Professor. First of all, congratulations to all the speakers. But of course, I have to say thank you to Vinny for the kind words and the mentioning of my name. And I have a question, Vinny. Of course, there's a big impact from everything that's happening, but when you actually look at the images, all of a sudden it becomes clear that the impact is much greater than we can imagine, even if we can have sort of an idea. It's very impactful to see that. Can you assess the biggest causes for the disabilities, or you still haven't assessed that? Thank you, Rose. Thank you for the kind words and the questions. We don't have that data. Um, we only get in touch with the different agencies that are taking care of the shelters, and they refer the people with disability to us. The bad thing about the process is that it varies a lot. They don't spend a lot of time in the project. I didn't include this on the slide, but it's not all good things. There are many challenges in keeping them engaged with us. And it's a challenge to allow them to realize that sports can actually change their lives. Some of them have realized that and they continue to attend different competitions. We have one student that ranked 6th in the city of Boa Vista to receive their athlete social benefit, but he has realized how much sport can transform their lives, or his life. And it's very difficult because they spend very short time with us. And of course, we're happy that they're being integrated and are going to have access to a better life. We are actually getting in touch with other reference centers in Brazil closer to the area where they're moving so they can continue to practice the sport and perhaps stay in the sport for the long term. Thank you, Professor. Now, another question from the audience. Hi, my name is Caroline. I also have a question to Professor Vinicius. I was wondering, the need to look for refugee in another country is a social need. Lack of access, vulnerability. So I was wondering, from the athletes that you take in, is there a percentage of how many of them have had the opportunity in Venezuela to do some type of physical activity or sport, and how many of them were getting their first contact with sport only when they came to the reference center? Thank you, Carol, for your question. Just to give you an idea on their motor repertoire, the visually impaired athletes, most of them had already played goalball. That's why we were able to do that exchange program with the Venezuelan team actually coming to Brazil. But the remaining ones, athletes with physical disabilities that went to basketball and track and field, they pretty much had zero experience. And when I talked about the communication barrier, when I mentioned that Spanish seems easy, but it's not. When you're talking to them, they speak really fast. And I came from the border from Argentina. I grew up believing I could speak Spanish, so I thought I would be able to understand them easily, and it's very difficult. So the old documentation, you don't have access to medical records. So to get access to that information takes a lot of time. So it's really difficult to understand the context. And once you start to understand that, they move. They move to a different city, they leave the shelter, and they become homeless, and we lose track of them. We no longer have the transportation to take them to practice. So it's a very difficult, very challenging scenario. Thank you, Professor.
Well, I would like to take this chance. We are so online in YouTube just to convey a message of by Bianca Ozzi. You probably know your close success, Kayane. So this was the message, and those with us through the internet, they can send a message through the chat. And Professor Juju Anderson, I would like to pose a question. So please pass the mic for him regarding the professor that you mentioned regarding that school, physical education that don't have the empathy or the skills. Do you have any experience in different countries or places, people outside of Brazil, do they have a method for working in this process of physical education that's better than us in Brazil? Or is it reality, regardless the place, country, this difference? Is this reality is a peculiarity ours, the schooling education for physical education for deaf people school? Well, we don't have a reference. This because normally because we are a community, we are minority in fact, and we go directly to high performance. In Europe, it's ordinary for children to leave school introduced. They don't have an act there now in Brazil because the sign language we are second official language and first is Portuguese language and then the second sign language. Any world in the any country in the world does not have this law regarding the sign language. Now, as you talked about that school, in Brazil we have something that does not work out. Example, it's each state have their own way of working. In my state, Paraná, the system, when we enroll to be a teacher for the teaching network, we have a classification for that school. It's not prevailed, the deaf professor is not prevailed for physical education, is what I'm saying. Example, we have 4 teachers graduated, none work in the area. One beat us after very hard work. If not, so we don't have a world reference, so the country does this. That's when we were talking with them. I said in Brazil we don't have a bench work benchmark physical education for deaf students. As I said, the teacher is there, but we don't have a trained professor. We have deaf professor, but no one can get the spot, the place. In spite of having the limit imposed by educational system, deaf even graduating and trying to work in the area, they don't have access for teaching that students, so they take a different path. I can count in one hand how many that teachers teach in a school. At most in Brazil we have 10. So this is a report that is quite impacting. Based on what you said, I would like to follow this line and to give awareness. There are so many teachers and Vinicius Juju that mentioned the importance of the communication within the context of Venezuela. In here, within the context of deaf students or children, education is very important in this fact. And also, I would like to follow this line. And Kayani, please share with us your experience regarding physical education at school. If this professor manager Juju showed us strategies and resources with card. If at school people, professor, I'm sorry, created a strategy, was it something positive or regardless the school is more an association because at school you didn't have this stimuli? How it was for you? In my experience, a bit difficult because of the students not accepting very well my person, but regarding the physical education teacher, he tried to integrate all in the activity. It could be football, it could be volleyball, where upon all participated, even those who didn't know how to play it. They would play, participate, and truly we had the inclusion with those with without disabilities. But now, as for my experience at college, especially with those teachers that they had a special care regarding my person and all those from the college, not only with intellectual disability, but they want us to learn in our own way, learn to do things not better than the other students, but with efficiency. This is because, how I say, it's not because we are disabled and we can have a deficiency in what we do. Fantastic your report, Kaita, and also the we have lots of professors from Payama, so a round of applause for these teachers and their work. Congratulations, Preamba. I must admit I didn't know it. I just came to know a short time, a benchmark in Jundiaí. Excellent work you're doing. Congratulations. Now, we have one question. One question, just before a comment by Gabriel Souza through the internet, Juju. I don't know if you know Gabriel Souza wrote that there's an issue regarding legislation, but it's on the paper. But practically speaking, outcome is not that important. It's what you're talking about, sign language as the second language of the country. I ask just to leave this comment here, and Professor Juju will mention now the attendees pose their questions, and then Juju will comment what I said. Good afternoon. I'm a physical education teacher. I'm deaf, and I'm so pleased to be here and following this round table of talk when Juju mentioned empathy and when the person mentioned the refugees of Venezuela and all the subjects addressed by this round table. I would like to know the opinion of the professor. Did you care for any death refugee in the shelters? Do you have deaf people there in Rondônia? Do they have an association for deaths? How is the care provided? Well, thank you for the question. Well, refugees from Venezuela, we don't care for them. And in fact, we didn't have any yet. But we have Death Association in Roraima. We have an activity that is developed with them. Football with death players. I must admit that we don't have too much adhesion by students due to time and logistic constraints, but we care also some deaf students from Horama's association, inclusive one of them participate in some competition. I don't know who knows him. Competitions out of our states. That refugee we haven't yet cared. It will be a challenge when one comes to us because the language is not signal. Now we will have an issue with the language, a huge challenge, but we are available and willing and face the challenge. In any case, you call Professor Juju. Juju, I posed this comment so you could say something, your impression regarding Gabriel Souza talk regarding what we know that it's challenging regarding an aspect that sometimes I have a fantastic legislation, but the enforcement, how do you see this? Or do you deem, let's say, full glass, the glass of water full? With legislation, can we move forward? What's your seeing on this? Well, in fact, there's a law, but it does not work out. This is my point of view as a professional. I'm seeing children dropping out of, leaving school. I'm sorry, leaving school not developed the best way possible. There's a lay, there's a thing, but I think government, when they choose teachers for physical education, they need to choose qualified professionals like para sports. Don't we have professionals qualified for para sports that how can we care, how do that? Why for that people is not the same regarding communication? Make this more easy. We have the teachers, but they don't have opportunities. So the system prevails the higher grade. That people, when they take an exam, they need an interpreter. Not all have. In Paraná, we have, because there's a law enforcing and people have to comply to it. But they cannot be assessed equally to all because of language. The signal language is not equal to Portuguese. But he's dead. They don't put subtitles. But how? So there's an issue of acquiring the language. Sign language is one thing, Portuguese is a different way. Language. This is important to emphasize the candidate. It was eliminated because his grade was low. And this, when you grade, to see their grades to become a physical teacher, they cannot reach the right grades. So it's complicated. The law is there, but the system does not work out. My point of view as a professional in the area. Thank you, Professor Juju. Now, following the line regarding Venezuela, in the federations, we have two refugees from Venezuela that came. They came 8. One, we have, one is 14. So we have a lot of deaf people coming to Brazil. They come to us and we embrace them. We have, because there are issues of communication there at school, the school for deaf people. They makes easier for them to evolve. So, and parents, some parents migrated to Brazil because they think it's better for their deaf children. So 2 or 3 parents, they said, we came to Brazil because we know they're going to evolve better in Brazil and they will not have this in Venezuela. So they start in Boa Vista and they come down, down, down until they reach Curitiba. So we are in the final minutes. The city, Curitiba is the city that received the higher number of refugees from Venezuela. This is a fact. So Curitiba is being the embracing place in as the city or state. It's embracing well these refugees. We're reaching the final minutes, and Liane, my last question to you, Kaliani. You, as a student of physical education, now you're going to be a professor. Do you have an outlook in which performance area you want to better use your experience with intellectual disabilities to share, to help these children or adults with intellectual disabilities? Do you have this in mind? Well, my intention to be expert on swimming area, which is my stronger sport, and with the initiation, because as a teacher said, teaching someone to swim is challenging. And I like this. I understand that there are some hiccups through the way, but also I like the other areas. So fighting, especially taekwondo, not jiu-jitsu because it's a bit too rude, let's say. Karate. Now the dancing area, I would like in the, and also in different areas, to have the inclusion of with and without intellectual impairments, and people to understand that we are people, and then the impairment or disability is not just disability. Thank you. Round of applause to the future Professor Kailani. Now I have to comply to the given time. We have a schedule following, and I would like to thank in this final talk by Kailiani. Recall that in fact we're talking here about diversity. Diversity of someone that's in a different country experiencing difficult situation. We're embracing them. We think about difficulties of those who could not hear that we call deaf, or those with different cognitive conditions that we call intellectual impairments. So we are several diversifies. We can have this empathy, awareness for any difference in human condition, which is a huge learning. And thank this table, Professor Juju, Kailiane Athit, future professor, Professor Vinicius with his work at the university, and our interprets of sign language that helped us. Perhaps one day we will learn more sign language and understand better the communication process, and also to thank you those online with us. So thank you all. Now let's comply to our agenda, and I pass the floor to agenda to move on. So thank you very much. Now we have three sweepstakes, and I will ask the help of our lectors for the sweepstake. Choose a number from 1 to 30. 24. Who celebrates birthday on the 24th? So you have a book. Any month, regardless the month. So thank you for your participation. And now I call Gustavo. He will introduce the best work by our presentations made online some weeks ago, and the subject is the humor variation, sleep and physical performance and sports during the micro cycle of training before the competition for Taekwondo. Ciro will be the moderator. See how happy he is. And he's so happy you're all participating. Those at home, you can submit your question to Gustavo. Thank you, Professor Beatriz. So we are here on the last meeting, and we will sweepstake a T-shirt. We call the books are all gone, and thank you. Gustavo will be presenting here. We had a session on online presentations while preparing our event, and Gustavo was one of the three chosen for final presentations, and unfortunately the other two are not here with us. So Gustavo, fortunately here, he had 10 minutes to present the work of his group, and then afterwards we open for Q&A, and then we do the closing ceremony. So Gustavo, the floor is yours. So first, good evening. I will do a description. My name is Gustavo. I'm black with light skin, curly black hair. I wear glasses, and today I'm wearing a black trousers and beige shirt with button. As said, today I will present the work non-humor, sleep and physical performance and sport variations during the microcycle of training before the competition of para taekwondo. So to introduce a bit our modality, para taekwondo started during the Paralympic Games in Tokyo 2020, and the second edition was held this year on the Paralympic Games in Paris. And this, as being a new modality, the training, the landscape of para sports and Paralympic, much is not known about the sports training and the psychological and physiological responses, knowing that sports training will lead to the best moment of the athletes in a certain time of the year during the competition time, which is expected the athlete to be with its physical performance at optimum states. And likewise, As the physiological conditions and psychological conditions of athletes, they are individualized, there's also a need to have the monitoring of load individuals to reduce the risk and propension to lesion and overtraining.
So the goal of the study was to investigate mood, sleep, physical and sport performance variations before the Brazilian Championship of Para Taekwondo. For this study, we had 4 athletes in our sample, 3 men and 1 woman. All the athletes were preparing for the Brazilian Championship of Para Taekwondo in the Brazilian Paralympic Reference Center. All the athletes were competing in regional, national, and international games and have a national and international sport classification. And for 21 days, the athletes used actigraphy, and in the 21 days, they were assessed in 5 different periods. Before practice, they would do a mood test, a sleep test, and a sports performance test. And after practice, they did a subjective analysis on their perception of effort. A little bit more details on the test. For the mood test, we use a questionnaire called BRAMS. So athletes respond 24 feelings regarding the question, how are you feeling right now? And they use a scale. In 0 means nothing and 4 means extremely. And the results are described in 6 different dimensions. FSKT MALT was the specific test for the sport. In this test, they do this kick, which is a lateral kick, and they alternate between legs, left and right, in 5 cycles of 10 seconds each cycle, with a 10-second interval between them. For the reaction time, we did a psychomotor surveillance test. They have to press the button as soon as the numbers in red appear in the screen. It lasts for 5 minutes and it provides random stimuli that varies from 2 to 10 seconds. The counter movement jump was done in an electronic movement platform, and they performed 3 jumps with a 15-second interval. Actigraphy was used to monitor their sleep-awake cycle. So they used a wrist actigraphy, and we looked at total sleep time, sleep efficiency, latency for falling asleep, and periods of being awake after sleep. And we used the Borg scale for the effort subjective perception. So they would answer the following question: how intense was your practice? 20 to 30 minutes after every session. And it's a scale that goes from 0, rest, up until 10, maximum intensity. The results for the quantitative and parametric variables, we looked at the average and the standard deviation. And for the qualitative analysis, we used the median and the 75% percentile using a p below or equal 0.05. Talking about the results now. The athletes perceived that during that microcycle, the training burden remained high. However, the counter movement jump, mood, the reaction time, and the number of gaps did not show any statistically significant difference. Now, on the 5th assessment regarding sport performance, athletes presented an improvement when compared to the second time they were evaluated. Besides that, the total sleep time and the sleep efficiency were reduced on 3rd week. when compared to first and second weeks. So, the study concludes that para-athletes had the perception that the training burden remained high during the microcycle without a negative impact in the mood, in their power, in their lower limbs, and reaction time. But athletes were sleeping less and had worse sleep efficiency in the week prior to the competition. And they also presented a better performance in the sport on the 5th day of evaluation. I would like to say thank you to the second Brazilian Conference on Pedagogy of Para Sport for the opportunity to present my study. I also would like to say thank you to my lab, CEPE, the Brazilian Paralympic Reference Center in the city of Belo Horizonte, which is connected to the Federal University Training Center, and all the funding agencies. And thank you for following my presentation here and on YouTube. Thank you, Gustavo. Don't go anywhere. You're staying on stage. We have time just for 1 or 2 questions. We have 2 questions. You can take this mic, I think. Okay, 2 questions, and we have to close the session. Is it working? Hello? Good afternoon, Gustavo. Congratulations to you and your group. 2 questions. The athletes were used to doing these tests for their performance evaluation before the study. And because this was a microcycle, a training microcycle close to the competition, were there any reduction in their training volume? Perhaps they were training at a lower volume. And for that reason, even with that high PSA, that didn't impact the other tests. So I think these are my 2 questions regarding the results. Thank you for your question. So answering the first part of your question, some of the tests the athletes are used to doing quite frequently in the Brazilian Paralympic Reference Center. And the tests that they didn't do very often, they were taught about them before the study. Regarding your second question, there was no reduction in their training volume during this microcycle. Congratulations on your work, Gustavo. My name is Gustavo. My name is Eduardo from the Federal University of Minas Gerais. Well, considering there was no significant difference, do you think that this is related to the training burden? And do you think it would be interesting to use a polishing strategy since there was no change in performance? Thank you for your question, Eduardo. Regarding your first question, I think yes, there could have been a worsening in their sleep pattern considering the period in which the training burden was high. Many people question about the mood, but there was no significant difference in the mood. We cannot claim that that change was caused by the mood, but it was caused by the high training burden. So it would be interesting to go through a gradual reduction of training before the competition so they could get to a better performance when doing the competition. Thank you. Now we are being kicked out of the stage. Thank you for coming. This has been a wonderful meeting. Again, make sure you follow all our scientific production in our website. Once again, thank you to the Ministry of Sport, the National Department of Parasport, the Paralympic Committee. Bia is kicking me out. It's very difficult to work with college students and having them rule us. Thank you very much. A round of applause. We are coming to the end of the second Brazilian Conference on Pedagogy of Parasport. Thank you so much for everyone who came all the way here to spend time with us. Thank you for everyone who followed us online. You are the reason why this meeting exists. Your participation, your engagement makes this moment more special. Thank you to all our speakers who kindly shared their knowledge and their experience with all of us. And now we officially end the second Brazilian Conference of Parasport Pedagogy with a new hope for the future of parasport in Brazil. This was an opportunity to exchange ideas and inspirations towards a common goal to strengthen para sports in Brazil. Thank you for your attention. Good evening. Oh, make sure you take a selfie with everyone sitting next to you. Oh, yes, we're gonna give away a t-shirt. Choose a number from 1 to 30. Anyone with a birthday on the 17th? 17th? No? No? 23rd. Your birthday's tomorrow. Okay, you got a t-shirt. Okay. Thank you, guys.